All right. The NFL draft is here. We have entered the musical portion of the pregame here with a bunch of songs. I can't hear anything that they're singing. So we saw the mass of humanity that is at the NFL draft. It is an absurd amount of people. It is becoming bigger than Woodstock, but CK is here with me to break down the NFL draft. We're going to have a good time. This is one of my favorite days of the year. I know it's one of your favorites as well. So, let's just get the overall excitement level of this draft. Your team doesn't pick till late, so maybe it's not as high as other drafts, but still seems like it's going to be a fun day, right?
Oh yeah, we've been talking this draft now together for 6 months, and it comes to fruition tonight. At least parts of it, and yeah, I'm really excited. We'll see how many trades. I want to see the trades. We've been getting. You put it in the group me room. We've been seeing smoke all day. Some crazy rumors, and it'll be interesting to see if any of them actually come true.
Yeah, and my favorite part about like the first hour into the draft is that every mock draft that has been done is so dead. By the time we're an hour in, the speculation can be over. We can start ranking these guys. We're going to talk about that as we go along as well for redraft and for dynasty. So it's going to be a great time. So, hang out. If you have any questions, please drop them in the comments. I see Guthrie is already here. So, yeah, we are here. There's Toft. What's going on, Toft? Yeah, Vikings they're the ones that are going to make a big move here, if anyone, I think. So, I just can't imagine the Patriots. So, these rumors that we've heard today, obviously a lot with the Vikings and Giants. And I kind of, I was on the fence really, and I still do think that the Giants are pot committed to Daniel Jones, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know they don't like him, and they have buyer's remorse. Rich Eisen, who is hosting on NFL Network today, told us that on his show a couple months ago, right around the Senior Bowl, is that the Giants have buyer's remorse on extending Daniel Jones. If that's the case, they could be in the market for a QB. So those two teams that are desperate for a quarterback. What's going on, Chris? I think those teams are the ones that I have no doubt are on the phone trying to get into the top 10 and top 5, probably for both of those squads. But we've heard Jacksonville, Pittsburgh,
LA.
the Rams, want to move into the top 10. And I just the only team that we saw really working diligently to move up was the Vikings, right?
They got the capital to do it. They made their move early, so they have some capital if they want to do it. It'd be from where the Rams pick at, is it 19, I believe, and your Steelers pick 20. Right after that at 20, to move up, even say they get to 9, to get 10 spots up, you're looking at giving up next year's first. I'm pretty confident in that. That's a huge jump. So you have to love your prospect. I assume for the Rams, that would be Byron Murphy, because we've talked about how they need a replacement for Aaron Donald. For your Steelers, I don't really know why they'd make that big of a jump, unless they love one of the tackles.
Pass catcher, they said.
Yeah,
so if Rome falls, if Bowers falls, maybe that would be nice. But I just if they're gonna do that, then they're probably trading at least a second next year. If not another first, it's probably 2 firsts to move up there. And that's not a deal that the Steelers typically do. So, moving up to get Broderick last year, okay, you move up a couple spots. But I just, I don't see them moving into the top 10 to, get a Doomsday. I just don't think it's something that they're going to be willing to do, especially with as many needs as the Steelers have. Not many teams have as many needs as teams like the Bears. I think the Chargers need a ton. I think the Rams need a ton on defense. I think Jacksonville needs a ton on defense. The Falcons need so much. So, it makes a lot of sense for me, especially the Bears and Guthrie, the biggest Bears fan in the world here. can back me up on this. You know, since you don't have many picks in days 2 or 3, I think moving out of 9 makes sense. I know that you want to stick and take Roma Dunze because he's the sexy pick, and there's not many times you're going to have there's not many times you're going to have an opportunity to move up like that. So did AJ Brown just get a contract extension? Is that right? I didn't see it.
I haven't seen that yet either. Let's see.
But I just think that
3 years, $96 million extension.
Maybe that'll shut him up. So AJ Brown ain't getting traded. We know that. That's one off the board.
Nope, he's staying in Philly. No, there was New England rumors there.
You think so Guthrie thinks the Raiders and Broncos could be. I mean, the Broncos, they should not have been sitting on their hands this whole offseason. They should have been desperately trying to move up, in my opinion.
They should for a quarterback, but they don't have any capital because they have Sean Payton as their coach. So they have pick 12, and then it's not, I think it's 75 as their next pick. So unless you're going to mortgage another year, it's hard for
I think I'd be willing to do it if I was the Broncos, because I just, you trade for Zach Wilson, which I think is a good move. And I talked about that probably 6 months ago, by the way. I said, Zach Wilson should go closer to home. He went to BYU. Denver is the closest NFL team to Utah. So I think it makes a lot of sense for him to be more comfortable in a setting around his family. I just think New York was too much pressure for him. So get him to Denver. This is the excuse that every first round QB gets, though, right? They always get a second chance. They always get an out, whatever it is. So I do think that it was good for them to go get Zach Wilson. Because that opens up pick 12. I think if you were going to take Bo Nix, which is what I did in my 7-round mock that, you and I talked about on ITL and I posted over at Fantasy Pros, I had them take Bo Nix. And it's because I can't do a year of Jarrett Stidham, because if you go 3-14, then everybody wants Sean Payton gone. And so now 2 years in a row, you have divested in Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, who you made all of these massive moves for. There's been ownership issues there as well. So I think now sticking at 12 and just taking BPA is probably best. Cortland Sutton, rumors that he might get traded as well. So we will see. Chad, we'll be talking about the Williams excuse in a few years. Of course, the Packer fan, no one wants no success for Caleb Williams. Not a surprise there, but yeah, man, I just there's so many moves to be made early. I get it. Atlanta can move back and get multiple picks. The Bears could get move back and get multiple picks. I just there's gonna be some smoke to these fires that we've heard today, but not nearly as much as people are saying, I think. So
what's your, I think the over under when we did the show the other day was 6.5. We're still taking the over on trades at 6.5, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I think so too.
I think 3 really is the earliest we could get it if it's a shocking trade, right? It would be like, honestly, it'd be like Justin Jefferson and one of those picks to move up, I think. And I don't know if I'm doing that if I'm Minnesota. I think I'd rather stick with Jefferson and take a year of Darnold if I had to than trade Justin Jefferson. So,
what
about
Penix top 13? I saw that hype a lot today. Penix top 13.
I think that's more believable than the Steelers and Jags and Rams trading up. I think, we've heard that in the recent weeks that, I've seen it on NFL Network now about AJ Brown. So we've seen it for a few weeks here, where it is, the Raiders are obsessed with him, blah, 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 so maybe it's definitely a possibility. So
we've always been mocking him in round 2, but if that's your guy and you need a quarterback, and I'm not a huge Aiden O'Connell guy, but I think he could fill it if need be. But if you don't think that Aiden O'Connell can do it, hey, you get your guys, right? And if you think Michael Penix is the quarterback you need, get him, because you have a pretty good team other than their safety position. But other than that, they have a good team. 5 quarterbacks
CK
in round one.
always down on their on their QB situation.
I'll own that.
Or their safety situation here. Let's take a look here. First team up, Chicago Bears. Here are the holes that I see. Obviously, quarterback is the big one. Can't go into the season with Tyson Bagent. They're not. They're taking Caleb. Done. Wide receiver isn't a big hole now that you've added Keenan Allen, right? But I understand Odunze is the talent. This is what I hate right here. Defensive line. Montez Sweat is great. I think you have great rotational guys in Billings and Dexter, but I want probably 2 new starters. I want these guys not on the field every down. DeMarcus Walker's a rotational edge. Linebacker, great. Sanborn as a 3 is outstanding. Noah Sewell last year in the 5th, I thought was a good get. I always liked Amena Ogbongbemiga from Oklahoma State. Corner, you locked up Jalen. Tyreek played well. Gordon was good. Went and got Byard. You have Brisker. That is good. So it's QB. It is defensive line. It is probably more depth here on the O-line. Not the biggest fan of Ryan Bates. Braxton Jones was good. Donnell Wright's developing. But so another wide receiver, because outside of these top guys, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and even Tyler Scott as a boundary is not fantastic. You know, we can use some help here. But I think that I think this just trading 9 makes so much sense because there are more than just a few needs for the Bears. So we'll go back. We'll be looking at some of this stuff as we go. But I'm ready to kick this off. We're still 5 minutes away. And then we're going to get a freaking speech from Roger Goodell for 10 minutes. And then we're going to get, we have to celebrate every group of people, Teachers of Detroit, whatever, blah, 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 some local thing.
Then it's got to be auto workers. It's in Detroit. United Auto Workers. Come on.
It probably is going to be the auto workers. So, it is. I just like look, I love pageantry, right? I do. I like it. But there's too much with this. There's too much with the NFL. Look at how many human beings are at this draft. I get it. It's an event unlike any other. I don't know that there's anything I like to suffer through that that much.
No, and I was just telling you before we started, it's coming to Green Bay next year. I thought about it, but I know I'm gonna have to get there 2-3 hours early. I probably won't be able to see anything. I'm not standing for 6 hours. I'm getting too old for that. My back will hurt. So nope, we'll be doing this again next year because I am not going to be at the draft anymore. So
I'm in my 40s, man. I'm not standing all
not
day.
That old, but I still have it in me.
Yeah, that is it's a lot. Chad's gonna be there. Yeah, I believe Chad. Look,
way to go, man.
If we can get a bus there or something, a tailgate, then maybe now we're talking. Maybe they do things different in Green Bay. Maybe you can buy tailgate spots right up by the stage.
Now we're talking. If that happens, I'm back in.
I mean, but just
they have some built seating in that. It looks like you see at golf tournaments, they have some of that off to the side. It looks like there.
Oh, do they have? They have like the
fake bleachers.
Yeah. During Super Bowl 45, I know you remember that Super Bowl. I hated it, but
that's a good one.
It was terrible. During Super Bowl 45, like the OSHA inspectors came and said, "You guys can't have these bleachers up here." At the Super Bowl, like day of the Super Bowl. So 500 people just didn't get to go to the Super Bowl who had already bought tickets. So they all got, I think it was either to the next Super Bowl or it might've been the next Super Bowl and a Super Bowl of their choosing. They get a ticket. It was a bunch of people though. I remember that. PJ, was it like this in Philly 5 years ago? Because I remember it being enormous. And I think they said that was the biggest one ever up to that point. And
I remember Nashville being huge because they did it all on that one street and it just packed it so far back.
Was that last year? Was Nashville or was?
No, it was Kansas City last year, wasn't it?
You're right. It was. Yeah. So, but I just remember they said it was like 350,000 people over 3 days, and no one got arrested in Philly. I was like, okay. I mean,
Sure.
you know what? You spit on me and tell me it's raining. No one got arrested in Philly. Are you kidding me? You know, anywhere you go, people are going to get arrested when there's 350,000 of them. So
Vegas just got skipped, right? It was going to be in Vegas, but then COVID hit, and that's the year they did it from their like basements,
Roger Goodell's basement, yeah,
living rooms and stuff. I think Vegas just got skipped in that year.
Well, didn't the guy from Barstool win the bid to like go and sit in Roger Goodell's basement, and then they just wouldn't give it to him?
I don't
Portnoy.
Remember that. That's awesome if it's true, but I don't remember
that. There were a lot of cops as well. Yeah, I mean, I believe that obviously, but I mean, I think that's you see people get in fight so that there's no arrests, you detain them, and then you let them go later. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so we have no arrests. It's definitely, we're stretching the truth of our words here, I feel like. But can we please start this draft? This is
tomorrow night starts at 6, or for us at 6, an hour earlier, right?
Yes, hour earlier tomorrow, and then 11 a.m. on Saturday. I know you're working. I don't know how 11 a.m. is going to treat me, but I'll be here. I may not be here with bells on, but I'll be here for sure. And Saturday, I'm going to have the most guests. So since CK is not going to be here, we're going to call in a bunch of pinch hitters. So it'll be a lot of fun. So thanks, Toft. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, man. Okay. So here's the Caleb already being Caleb. There he goes. That's your boy, Guthrie.
What do you think of that fit? What do we think of that outfit? It is.
Care about outfits.
It is. I just don't know the word to describe it. It's like a suit coat that's over the half of his chest. I don't know.
See,
whatever, Caleb, you do it, man.
The pageantry, right?
Yeah, pageantry.
Too much. Like they do our girl Kaylee Harding and Cam Newton from Thursday Night Football. Kaylee Harding. What's up, Alan? They're asking these guys, and of course it's Cam Newton. They're asking these guys about their outfit and their fashion and all that stuff. And I'm just like, I mean, can we do this on a different channel? Like, shouldn't this be on E? Like, maybe E should be covering or whatever.
The red carpet version
fashion?
Of this? The red carpet is on E, and the actual footballs on the football.
Yeah, keep the footballs on the football show. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just being a bitter old man at this point. I just want football coverage. I don't give a crap what Caleb Williams is wearing. If it's something funny, great. But yeah, there we go. Rob Russell, hearkening back to classic ITL. Point the camera at the screen. People wanted to watch it originally when I did this on Periscope on Twitter, if you guys remember Periscope. So that's how long I've been sitting in this chair. And you know what? Raise a glass to our boy Dusty Rhodes. Was always first one up. He's no longer with us. We will always love Dusty here. So pour one out for Dusty here. This is one of his favorite days as well. So, but yeah, I am ready to get this. Look at how far back the stage is for, I mean, I don't know. Is the ESPN one closer? Is it like up near the stage? Are you seeing? Cause I'm on NFL Network and they're like in the parking lot over here.
Let's see. Come on.
Oh man, this is going to be, see, we've got the Bears up. We've got the Bears up on the screen. 1-1 next Washington. They've quit moving stuff there. So this is the 89th annual NFL draft. So make it 11 years and we'll see 100. So what up, Johnny? Double R here to see the Patriots trade away their chance at a quarterback. You can handle a whole year of Jacoby Brissett, can't you, Rob? It's gonna be a great time.
ESPN is just doing random flyovers of the crowd. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's just like a drone flyover continuously.
I guess it's better
since I turned it
than
on.
talking about the worst time in Caleb Williams' life right before he gets selected right now. So,
yeah,
or right immediately after he gets selected.
They got better at that last year. We'll see. Hopefully, I said I'm not going to watch ESPN because I do not need to know all about the worst things that have ever happened to these people right after they have their best day of their lives. Just feel happy for them.
In the middle of the Caleb dynasty, the 100-year draft. Yeah, you better hope so. Guthrie.
Caleb dynasty. It's like the Kang. Hopefully, it's longer than the Kang dynasty, and he doesn't get arrested before it starts. Ooh.
I was just gonna say, what about the Justin Fields dynasty? What happened to that one?
So, what do you think of the report on him that they're not going to pick up the 5th-year option? I was a little surprised by that.
Not surprised at all.
Okay.
No, they didn't trade anything for him. It was a 6th-round pick. So here's the thing: this is the Steelers saying no stone is going to be unturned in finding a QB. So that we're going to try Russell, but if Fields is smoking him in the preseason, Fields is going to get the job. And then if he earns the job, then let's sign him to a long-term extension. That it'll be that, and he'll have earned it, and the Steelers have cap space. So no need to really burn that money if he plays this year, and then he's not going to be your guy. So,
I'm just waiting for that Jordan Love extension. I know you are too, Chad. Just waiting for that Jordan Love extension. Any day now, it's coming in.
And see if he doesn't get that extension from the Packers. That'll be a stone the Steelers could turn. Don't
do that to me.
Definitely going to get the franchise tag. Don't even worry about it, guys. If they don't sign him, he will get the franchise tag, as long as he doesn't take a complete nosedive this season, which no one thinks he will. It's after 7 and no picks have been made. What is the problem?
Not even officially started, has it? I don't think he's even officially begun it.
No, because we're going to get Roger Goodell out to give a speech and thank all of the school children for attending, and then the teachers and everybody else. Just once again, I appreciate that so many people are into it, but the pageantry can take a backseat to the actual picks. See, this is my dream for the NFL draft, right? Do it kind of like the Royal Rumble. Every prospect is there. I don't care about the fans. The fans are great, but every prospect is there. And then they come out of the crowd when they get picked. And
that would be awesome. That would be great. We need to get some like walkout music and stuff for they get to pick their walkout music like it's the baseball and Royal Rumble. We get some pyro in here.
I love teachers. Look, Chad E and CK are here. These guys are teachers. I love teachers. Do I think they need 5 minutes before the NFL draft? I don't. I'll just say that. You know what? No, it would be better for them. Way more money. Let's get the teachers more money. Let's not give them 5 minutes before the NFL draft to give them a round of applause. If you gave them more cash, you wouldn't need to do that. So, whatever, Guthrie. That has nothing to do with teachers. Nothing.
They have like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire lights going now.
I don't know. I'm just getting NFL Network commercials. Let's see. Yeah, Graham Barton is the big rumor. My Steelers podcast wants a center bad, but tackle. I'll take
Barton over Powers Johnson for you. Both on the board.
Both on the board. Give me JPJ. Mm-hmm. That's what I want. So. Attaboy, Larry. Yeah. Give him more money. I don't even know. It's like CK said, I bet it's auto workers or something. Let's see. Why are we watching a Roger Goodell pump up video?
I was waiting for you to get to it. It's been going for a while here, and I was like, just wait till you start seeing some of the cameos in it. This is your royal. This is The Rock starting up the Super Bowl a few years ago.
It is.
Came out and announced it all. That's what we're getting here.
I tell you what I liked about that, though. Bengals lost that Super Bowl. So that was excellent.
No pettiness. No pettiness here. This is a good night, Boggs. We're all happy.
I mean, there's a little pettiness. It's always going to be a little pettiness. You know that.
Washington.
Dude, speaking of pageantry, we have skits before and here's Eminem.
Here he is.
Dude. Oh, man.
He looks...
What up, Barrow?
I don't know. Unimpressed to be there. He looks so bored to be there. I wonder what the NFL offered him.
Well, he was at the playoff game. He's been involved.
Is he?
Yeah. Didn't he do the halftime show a couple years ago?
I think it's right. Yeah, he did. That was the one involved. In LA. Last year was, I already forgot. Usher.
Are they already booing him?
I don't know. I have mine turned down pretty low.
Yeah, he's he's bringing out Eminem with him so he doesn't get booed.
That's right. Hey, look, here's your person. Detroit, you love Eminem.
Did they do that with last year in Tennessee? I can't remember who they brought out.
But it had to be a country singer, right? It had to be a country singer.
It's like Derrick Henry or something.
Oh, now we're bringing out Jared Goff. Oh,
what up, Tone?
People. Man, we are just bringing out all the Detroit Lion legends here.
Oh, Lordy. Chicago making the first pick in Detroit, too, is pretty awesome.
Is it Dre Bly? Is that who that is between Jared Goff and Aiden Hutchinson there?
Not sure.
Yeah, but whoever it is the one that's going to talk. I'm going to say a little hi to you.
Are they going to bring out the entire Lions roster here?
Just the good ones. Just the classics.
Aiden. I must be way behind you.
Yeah, I'll try. I said I'm trying not to spoil it, but when whoever goes to the mic, you tell me who that is. I think that's Dre Bly, but I'm not sure.
Calvin getting
maybe is it Amon-Ra St. Brown? It might be Amon-Ra St. Brown.
There's Barry. Yeah, the second guy out was Amon-Ra.
Okay, then that's who that is.
Sure.
Okay, then that's who that is.
Chad, next year Green Bay is just going to get some drunk guy drinking a spotted cow and grilling a brat. I love it.
Sounds about right.
Look at Amon-Ra. At least Goodell knows, like, to get the people excited, he can't be the only one talking up there. Like, you got to bring up. Let's bring up some local products here to make this enjoyable for everyone. Look at how many people. Dude, there are more people, way more people at the draft than at the Hall of Fame, right?
Oh, yeah. So the Hall of Fame itself, I've never been to the Hall of Fame game, but the Hall of Fame itself is super tiny. It is not big at all. It does not fit many people.
I've never been.
The field where they have the Hall of Fame game is smaller. Well, obviously, it's not smaller, but the seating is smaller than a lot of high school games.
Yeah.
There's no space there at all. It's squeezed just on the outside of, it's in Canton, but it's just on the outside of Akron, basically. There's
at least
no
the
room.
Field is garbage. And nobody,
and
they didn't even play a couple years ago because it was so bad. I remember the Packers refused to do it.
Yeah, that was the Charles Woodson year. I don't remember who they were. Yeah.
Back to Goodell. Boo.
Oh, we are on the clock. It has begun.
Let's go. Let's go.
Eminem looks so sad because all the football players came out and now he just kind of got forgotten about. I was so important for a while. Now, all the Lions fans. Okay, here we go.
Let's go.
Just waiting for the 40-second pick. Just, yep, we know who we want. Let's get this in.
He should just announce the first pick. We all know it's Caleb. Don't put him on the clock. Don't eat up this 10 minutes. The NFL for sure asked him to eat up the 10 minutes for more commercial time.
Sure,
but
of course.
All right. Any rumors so far? Anybody moving as of yet? Let's see. The Bears are on the clock. That's all I got. Obviously, A.J. Brown got his deal. I wonder why they waited till 30 minutes before it started to extend him or announce.
A.J. Brown loves stealing the show at NFL drafts. That's his thing.
He got traded during the draft too. You're right.
That's his thing. He's just like, I got to steal the spotlight here.
Those guys don't look very excited in the Bears war room.
They've known what they're doing for a month. Just make the pick. You know what you're doing.
They're like, let's just go ahead and put up the graphic of Caleb already. And it should be, I mean, look, where do you think Caleb goes in terms of dynasty QBs? Because I'll tell you right now, Josh Allen and Lamar are up there. Mahomes, Hurts, Stroud has been great. Would you take Burrow or would you take Caleb?
That's a good one. I will still take Joe Burrow.
Caleb or Anthony Richardson? A lot of running upside.
Yeah, I'll take Anthony Richardson.
Caleb or Justin Herbert?
I will take Caleb there. I think that they're going to lean into the run so much that it will hurt him. They got rid of Keenan Allen. Mike Williams, for his one game a year that he was there, is gone. I don't trust his receivers. I don't trust the new coaching staff for him. I think he's probably a better quarterback, but for fantasy, I think I'd take Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I have Caleb a spot ahead of Richardson. I just want to make sure Richardson can make it first. He looked great. Mm-hmm. And how many games did he play? 4?
4, I think. And he missed even one of those games. He only played a half. So yes, there is certainly injury risks with Anthony Richardson. I completely, if you want to take Caleb Williams ahead of Anthony Richardson, I'm not going to be upset by that. But I actually think that the upside's higher on Anthony. I think Anthony Richardson could be consistently the top scorer in fantasy if it actually all comes together because of the fact that he is such a dynamic rushing threat.
But for this season, how much further does Caleb go? Would you take him ahead of Dak?
Yes, I will.
Would you take him ahead of Kyler?
No.
Your boy Jordan Love?
Oh man, you're breaking my heart here.
Would you take the rookie Bears quarterback over your Packers quarterback in a redraft league because of the upside of the rushing potentially?
Yeah, I will. I'll take him ahead of Jordan Love.
I don't know if I would. I think it's close.
It's close.
I think Caleb has more of the rushing upside, but it's the same Patrick Mahomes rushing upside, right? It's not Anthony Richardson. It's just more than a lot of guys because he moves so fast, but it's more pocket manipulation with his feet than it is like getting open and taking the ball a long distance. Not saying that he can't do that. He just doesn't really need to most of the time because he's keeping his eyes downfield and looking for the open guy. That's why everyone compares him to Patrick Mahomes, right? He has that same type of skill set, or at least he did at a lower level. Not many guys translate playing that style of ball in the NFL, but I think they have so many big rushers. They have Roshan in there. They have Swift now. Swift isn't big, but he can take a goal line carry. Like, I just don't know that Caleb gets anything goal line, especially if, this is not the year that the Bears go to the Super Bowl. I think your goal, if you're the Bears, is to be in the divisional race, and it's to try to pick up a wild card spot this season. Mm-hmm. So I don't think they'll risk like pushing that. You're not getting tush pushes from the Bears with Caleb. That's for sure. So Yeah, Rob, he would start day one because Tyson Bagent is their backup. So
sorry, Chad, I killed myself too, man. It hurts, but I'm not going to homer out for this one for his question. I think that Jordan Love has more rushing upside than he showed last year. I think he could run for more yardage, but I think, like Bagman said with Patrick Mahomes, other than Kyler, Lamar, Anthony Richardson, and probably Jaden Daniels, I'm not sure there is huge rushing threats, but Justin Herbert can pick up some yards with his legs. Caleb Williams can pick up some yards with his legs, but they're not really looking to do that. So that's a close one for me, but
yeah, I mean, it is, why are they taking this whole time? You've had 6 months. Just pick your damn quarterback. Let's go. Is this, I think I read, and Guthrie, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time in the modern era that the Bears have picked 1-1? Justin Fields is in Pittsburgh. Rob, where have you been? He got traded for a 6th-round conditional pick. So it's been Caleb. Steady Steelers ripping off the Bears in the draft.
I somewhat agree with that take, Chris, but I also think that if you want to see someone who's reckless, watch Jaden Daniels run, because Anthony Richardson is Anthony Richardson is 6'6" and 235, 240 pounds, if I remember right. He is huge. Jaden Daniels is 6 foot tall, 180 pounds, maybe 190 pounds, and that dude has never seen a sideline that he likes and has never not ran into someone head on. So I wish all quarterbacks would give themselves up earlier. Hey, what do you know? Ooh.
Let's get some the Bears to take Marvin Harrison and get all the panic started from pick 1. Everybody's bet cards will be flushed. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, Richardson is a tank, still broke his collarbone. Mm-hmm. So, there's bigger tanks when Tavondre Sweat is in the NFL and guys of his size, Look at that. Officially official. Caleb Williams. There we go. Chicago. I guess that's his girl.
She's pretty.
She is pretty. There's Malik. Or was that Jaden? That might have been Jaden. There goes Caleb. And here we get this weird hallway shot. When did they start the hallway shot?
It's been going for a while now. The long walk through the hallway, just so you can get the full effect as if you're doing it yourself, even though you're not.
Put the hat on, look in the mirror, get that whole I guess he doesn't. All right. Can we put the new clock on Washington and see if they're going to take Drake May or Jaden Daniels? John, I'm not I don't know. The zip up. He made a choice, as CK said. He made a choice. He went for it. So all right.
John Cena music. I like it, Barrow. I like it. Do 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 do. That's right. Can't see me.
Okay. I'm upset we didn't see Mom yank a girlfriend out of the picture yet, or CeeDee Lamb take a phone away from someone. Those are always now they look excited. Boy, you guys had a really tough decision to make. What do you think the Panthers war room is doing right now? Just sitting in a bowl of regret.
Who are they? Okay. Hypothetical. Now we bring it up. Who are they taking here?
Oh, they're taking Caleb Williams and they're trading Bryce Young to the Steelers for a 4th-round pick.
Do you think so?
100%.
Or do you take Marv?
No,
you're taking Caleb. I think I agree with you, but it would have been a lot more interesting. The whole offseason would have been a lot more interesting if the Panthers still had pick 1, because it would have been the massive debate of how much do you really like Bryce Young? And I still do. Maybe I'm in the minority, but I still think Bryce Young has the makings of at least of a good NFL quarterback.
I think he's good, but I do think that when you have a year as bad as the Panthers had, that every position, every player is up in the air and on the block. You know what I mean? Like, I think if I'm the Panthers and I have this pick, I'm trying to do a different deal earlier. I'm trying to get like a 2nd and a 3rd for Bryce Young in the offseason so I can take Caleb Williams. But, I think every team holds out because they know you're desperate. They know what you're doing, and you get a 4th. That's why, you end up trading a 6th-round pick. You get a 6th-round pick conditional for Justin Fields. Even on a 1-year deal, that's not enough. It's just teams know what your angle is, and they know that you need to trade this guy so that there's not a locker room battle and all that stuff. So, but I don't know. Do we like these draft hats? The gray? And why does it look like someone just took a gray logo and stuck it over an orange logo? Right?
It's better than the baseball pants. Better than the baseball pants.
Way better than the You know what? No disagreement there at all, by the way. I think someone asked about an Ayuk update. I have not seen one. So
you still don't think he's being traded, right? You're in the you think not being traded.
I bet. Okay, I'll say this: he's not being traded today for sure. Mm-hmm. So, because teams that have called, from what I've been told, is that the Niners are asking for a 1st-round pick, and they're not getting that. So, because you have to get him, you have to extend him, and if you trade for him that early, you're passing up on a wide receiver that you get on a rookie contract for 5 years. So no one is trading a 1st-round pick to the Niners for Ayuk, but I do think that if he gets traded, it could be tomorrow. So, all right, the Commanders are on the phone. Do you think, because I like Drake better as a NFL prospect, as a fantasy prospect, Jaden, give me that rushing all day. But he has, Lamar is super careful when he runs. Anthony Richardson, not careful when he runs. Jaden Daniels is a crash test dummy. When he will fly into a pile of gigantic human beings with no regard. It is a little scary. So, I just think he's dicey. Look at Caleb with all the Bears fans. That's pretty cool.
He's getting into it.
I like that. I do like that. Yeah. How many prospects do you see go into the fans and take a selfie with them? That I like. I like that, Guthrie. So, but if you're Washington, are you taking Drake May or are you taking Jaden Daniels?
I agree with you. I would take Drake May. I think Drake May has, what's the word here? I think he has a higher floor, but he also has equal upside, if that makes sense. I think that for fantasy, I've said all along, I've done a couple of mock super flex drafts for rookies, and I'm pretty I'll take Caleb 1. I will take Jaden Daniels 2. The rushing upside, I know it's Lamar. I think it's more Kyler than Lamar to me, which is not a knock, but Kyler's consistently picks up 500 to 700 yards. I think Lamar had 1,000-yard season in there. I don't think he's got. He might have that in him, but in Cliff Kingsbury's offense, they're going to throw the ball so much, and can he pull and run? Sure, but I don't think they're going to design a lot of rushes like Lamar gets for him. But you're right. He has to learn how to take better care of his body because he is a small dude. Just slide. Just slide.
If you're going to take that hit, get the flag. Slide. All right. Let's see if it's Drake or if it's Jaden. The whole betting public says Jaden. Looking at this roster, obviously QB is the biggest need because it's Marcus Mariota, right? But edge, I mean, they signed 3 guys here. They signed Furl and Armstrong and Fowler. You got to get edge. It's not enough talent there. What is Roger saying? Jaden Daniels. There it is. All right. And there's his mom. Surprised Antonio Pierce isn't there for moral support. But I guess he has to be at the Raiders draft room here. But all right, the Patriots on the clock. They're not trading, right? You take Drake May, 100%.
I take Drake May. I think that they should take Drake May. They seem to think that they should trade down and get more capital and give up the chance at Drake May. Here is the way you don't take Drake May. If your evaluation was that Drake May and JJ McCarthy are the same, and you truly believe that if you trade down to the Giants, you can get JJ McCarthy. But I'm taking Drake May and feeling pretty good about the fact that I think I've got a pretty good quarterback. I'm not sure that I wouldn't go with Jacoby Brissett to start the season, but I think Drake May's pretty good. Look how excited the Washington Commander fans are.
I like Drake a little more than Jaden, like I said, as an NFL quarterback. But I do think Jaden fits the system for Kingsbury. You know, he took a runner in Kyler Murray, right? So I think everything kind of fits here correctly. But yeah, I think that Drake May is the guy that I take, and there's no effing way, just no way. You know, I would rather stick and take Harrison than I would trade out and not get May or Harrison. Like you have to stay and take. To me, you have to take the QB if you like your job, you know, and you want to be successful. I think you take the QB because, like I said, you can't go with Jacoby Brissett here for a year. You just can't do it. It's not doable. So, and you're not going to Bailey Zappi, right? You need wide receiver is ugly. Defense, you know what? I wouldn't have too many issues if they didn't take a defensive player in this draft. If it was all spent on offense, I would be okay. But they gotta fix that offense. So Jaden, let's go with Jaden versus Caleb in fantasy. Is it just Caleb is just too sure of a thing? So it has to be Caleb over Jaden because Jaden has that rushing upside. He has a crazy rushing upside.
Dynasty, I'll go Caleb. Redraft, I might take Jaden Daniels. I might take Jaden. I think the offense, I think they're going to throw it, 35 times a game. They might rival the Vikings for most pass attempts. He has the rushing upside. I think I might take Jaden in redraft. Dynasty, I think Caleb is just safer. So I will take Caleb at the 1-1.
Jaden Daniels, the comp I like of RG3 from DJ. I mean, that's it's an obvious one. I mean, but all the way down to the injury risk, right? Like I think it's pretty fair. It's a pretty fair comparison. So
RG3 burned bright, but it was a fast burning burn there. It was
bottle rocket.
2 really good years, maybe, and by 4 or 5 years he was out of the league. So
yeah, they ran this stupid. I remember on one of the plays he got hurt was against Pittsburgh because they ran this stupid like QB reverse where they threw it to him, and Troy Polamalu just lit his ass. Is it Ryan Clark or Troy Polamalu just lit his ass up? It was bad. Pick is in for the Patriots, so they are not trading. They're staying and taking Drake May. That is, I mean, maybe Marvin Harrison. This team has such a lack of speed. I don't know how you look at your roster in New England and go, KJ Osborne, that's what we need. We need somebody else that can't miss, can't get any yak and can't force a missed tackle at all to save their lives. That's exactly like KJ Osborne can get open, but he can catch the ball. But that's
number 4 receiver, right? 4, 5. You don't want to. You can't rely on KJ Osborne. I like Pop Douglas. I really do. I think Pop Douglas is a pretty good underneath slot option, but it's not enough. At times he looked pretty good last year, but that's not enough. So you get Drake May here, and then the rest of the draft, you take one tomorrow, and I would take at least one tomorrow, if not two, because you need two more receivers at least for this team. They have Juju, right? Am I still wrong? Am I wrong on that?
No, they still have Juju, but I don't know if Juju's playing. So, yeah, I put the roster up on the screen, but yeah, they still have Juju. They have Tyquan Thornton, Jalen Reagor. They still have Boutte, right? And Kendrick Bourne. I kind of like Kendrick Bourne, but they just haven't had anybody to get the ball to him. So Drake May reminds me a little bit of Phillip Rivers. So, aw shucks country boy, a slinger that will pull it down and run with it if he needs to, but you don't want him to. He's probably going to do that more times than he should. But I think it's a good pick for the Patriots. And if you're a rebuilding franchise, you just have to do it. Has Goodell already unbuttoned his shirt for this?
Hey man, I told you it's hot there. It's 50 degrees. This is that's warm in the Midwest in the mid-April.
I have a hoodie on and it's 80 degrees outside here.
Now that Daniels looks too small. I don't know if I'd say he's too small, Alan, but he's thin. But we saw that the NFL has changed their height thresholds, I believe, based off of Bryce Young last year. Chad, now that Williams picked, who's your best bet for one team to draft one? Joe Alt to Tennessee. That is the most confident I feel than the rest of the draft. You got one, Boggs? Most confident one guy to one team?
One guy to one team. Marvin Harrison here to the Cardinals. Yeah. I mean, I think if they were going to trade it, it would have been traded already. So
pretty chalky so far. I like it. Percent chance the Vikings trade into pick 7 to 10. Not that good.
If they're gonna trade, it's for 5.
As I say, I think they have to move up before that. I don't think 7 to 10. What is it? They have 11, right? I don't know what they can get at 7 to 10 that they couldn't get at 11. But if they're gonna move up, I think they have to get up higher than that. Otherwise, I think they just stay put and take whoever default they want there. I love how they have like Madden scores now on the bottom after they get drafted. Drake May 88, athleticism 88. But is that just
right? Those aren't from Madden, right? Or are they Madden?
No, I'm assuming it's from Daniel Jeremiah scouting or whatever. But it just makes me think of Madden scores.
Who is because DJ's on? Are you on NFL Network or are you on?
I'm on NFL Network.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that is DJ then. That's crazy. Yeah. Based on what? Out of 100? What's the difference between an 88 and an 87 and 100 score, right? Like, I don't know.
That's threw me off.
You go too far down the rabbit hole. Yeah, I see him there. Overall 88, athleticism 86, production 88. That's weird. I would like to know what this criteria is and who is doing it. So for real, like ESPN, I actually don't hate Schefter, but I don't, we can't do this was the lowest moment in this player's life. So
Drake lost something without McShay there. ESPN was better with McShay. Well, when he was sober and into the draft, McShay was good. I hope he beats his demons there, but
yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job reporting stuff now. So, and setting up a bunch of stuff. So, Cardinals don't trade. I don't think the Chargers. Are we hearing nothing about the Chargers trading and the Vikings trading up?
So all day, that was the one I texted you about earlier today. All the things I was reading throughout the day, and I was reading too many of them, was the Chargers taking J.C. Latham. And I'm not taking J.C. Latham ahead of Joe Alt. I'll tell you that. You have to be rock solid in your eval. I think they should take a tackle, but maybe the NFL's higher on J.C. Latham. Otherwise, trade down. I think J.C. Latham's there in the mid-teens. Maybe I'm wrong. But if he's
I just think he's there at 11 if you trade with the Vikings. So
yeah, he's there. And if not, you have to be rock solid that J.C. Latham's better than Talisi Fuanga, or you mentioned Graham Barton. I know it's not the same position, but this is the team that took Rashawn Slater. So I don't think that, now I know it's a whole different regime, but you've had such success with a small lineman before. Take a chance on it.
So the Cardinals pick is in. They're not trading. I just read that from Schefter. And it's either Marv or Malik, right? Like those are your options. It's nobody else. I guess it could be Bowers, but they have McBride. So why would they take Bowers? Like Bowers fits at this pick, but not to this team. So, I mean, left tackle Joe Alt wouldn't be terrible either, but with how many wide receivers in this class, but this is Marv. Marv is, the closest thing you come to a can't miss prospect at the wide receiver position. So,
he's their next Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, that's kind of who he looks like.
Yeah.
They haven't had one since him, right?
Here we go. Maybe this is a directive from NFL to go take some pictures with the fans. But I like it. Even if it is an NFL directive, I like it. God, I forgot they have Desmond Ridder. Ugh. Yeah, there's a lot of needs here for the Cards. Wide receiver, like Michael Wilson is your one right now. So Marv here is outstanding. Offensive line, you need to fix a lot of this. Paris at right is fine. Jonah Williams at left is kind of a stopgap. The middle is okay. But this is where we have major problems. Defense. Edge, interior of the defensive line is bad. All right. Chalk. Marv. Where's Dad?
You see Ryan Day instead of his dad. That's just what I wanted to see.
Huh.
Remember when his dad got in trouble for like robbing a car wash or something? Remember that?
Well, I think he owned the car wash. Someone tried to rob it and he shot him.
Oh, okay. I just remember there was a car wash involved, so you have a better memory of it than I do.
Philly.
I remember something with a car wash.
Yeah. I remember thinking it was so weird because Marv was such a quiet guy, like in his NFL career.
Compared to the
NFL career
Chad Ochocinco's of the day and stuff. He was the quiet one, and then there was all the
T.O.
Devo, like the divas.
Oh God, those guys. Yeah. And Marv was just I play with Peyton. I'm consistently consistent. There's Marv. So they are doing the thing here.
They had Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, Brandon Stokely, Dallas Clark. What a team.
That team was good.
They
had to get rid of the ball real quick because they weren't spending on that O-line outside of Jeff Saturday. But yeah, it was that was a good offense.
There's his dad. You'll get to it. You'll get to see him.
Okay. They saved him for the stage then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
First OSU player with multiple seasons of 1,000+ receiving yards. That's kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, it is. I suppose you just don't play there early. Not many players play there early because of the depth, and it never really goes away. And once you show up, you have your 1,000-yard year and you're gone.
All right. So is this it?
It's the first trade.
Are we getting a trade?
I think so. I'm going to say yes. We see a trade here.
All right. Let's see. The Patriots had big time trade offers and decided to stick and pick.
Good for
That's
them.
what Rappaport says.
Good choice. Very wise choice.
I think so too. All right, let's talk about Marv and where Marv goes among wide receivers. So let's start out in Dynasty.
High. Very high.
Okay, so I can tell you right now that I have Marv at 5 on my board. Here's the guys I had ahead of him: CeeDee Lamb,
yep,
Justin Jefferson,
yep,
Jamar,
yep,
Amon-Ra.
Yep,
that's it.
Who's below him?
Malik, I have one spot below him. Then I've got AJ Brown, Tyreek, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Roma Dunze at 11.
Who is 7? You said, can you say 7 again?
Yeah. 7 is AJ Brown.
That one's tough. I might take AJ Brown over Marv.
That's fair.
Now that we know that he's in Philly, but
right,
I think. I mean, you see it. No matter how you do it, it's hard. You can't get him out of the top 7. There's no way you can get him out of the top 7.
Yeah, you just can't. Yeah.
You mentioned that Chris Olave line. There's no way I'm putting him. He's got to stay above that line. So
same. I agree with that.
7 or higher, I guess. If you want to drop it, you can rearrange it how you want. But I can't get him above any of the guys you had above him. They've already proven it at such a high level that you can't put him below that. But I think if you told me he had a better year than Amon-Ra St. Brown, I wouldn't be surprised. But I won't do it yet until I see it.
So, by the way, guys, I'm going to step over to the Fantasy Pros stream for picks. I believe it's 14, 15, 16, and then come back for 17. So just so everybody knows, it'll be CK flying solo. Xavier said he's going to pop in at some point. So we'll see if we can get him in here pretty quick. But redraft for Marv. Mm-hmm. Here's my question. Marv or Puka for this year?
I will take Puka for this year.
Garrett Wilson or Marv for this year? That's a tougher one, I think, because it's like
I need to
Garrett
know who
Wilson is
get.
getting back Rodgers, right?
He's getting back Rodgers, but if they draft Roma Dunze, I'm not saying that it'll take off a substantial amount of catches from him, but if they draft Roma Dunze, is it enough where we haven't seen Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson? And I've seen Aaron Rodgers throw before to players where you think, okay, well, this is his top priority. And then he'll have games where I saw a lot of targets go to Randall Cobb over Devontae Adams over the years. So if Roma Dunze gets added to that or Brock Bowers gets added to that, it might take enough out of Garrett Wilson that I would take Marv over him.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because right now it's like, I think Trey McBride was the number 1 target before Marv came to Arizona. So, man, the Chargers are not. The clock is still going here, by the way. I mean, they can trade up to their 10 minutes or whatever, and then we put more time on the clock for the Vikings. But
where did you feel on that? Are you Marv over Puka? Or are you Puka over Marv?
I'm Puka over Marv for now. I have Garrett Wilson 1 spot ahead of him. So we'll see. Like, I think you're right, though. If they take a Dunze, they take Bowers, I'll put Marv ahead of Garrett Wilson. As it stands right now, like if they go and they take Fuanga or whatever, they take a lineman, then I'm going to stick with Garrett. But yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. All right. So if they stick, if the Chargers stick at 5, is this Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt, or JC Latham? Are the rumors true?
I will say JC Latham. I think I kind of believe it now. That's not who I'd pick. I want that to be known. That is not who I'd pick.
The Chargers are picking no trade.
Okay.
Which means the Giants might get JJ McCarthy here.
He's just hanging out, looking kind of cool, but does not look like he is on the phone with anybody. JC Latham is a tackle, Alan, from Alabama.
That's the Mel Kiper rumor. Like over the last 4 or 5 days have been they're obsessed with JC Latham. So we'll see. They need a wide receiver bad.
No, I would take Malik here. I will take Malik.
Same.
I know that you drafted receiver last year with Quentin Johnston. It was always kind of a reach anyways. I thought it was always a little high for him. And I think I know Malik is a better wide receiver than Quentin Johnston already by quite a bit. But I get that you can't have Justin Herbert on his back all the time either. So
you take McCarthy and trade Herbert to the Vikings.
Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
If it didn't work, Harbaugh would get 6 games and get fired.
Yeah.
If he didn't come out just roaring.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Here he comes.
I'm gonna say that Kuiper was right because it's weird ass Harbaugh, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is
I don't think it's the right pick. They're gonna go here. We'll see.
I think it's gonna be Latham. Look at that. Look at Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Latham's not on that board. So Dunze, Neighbors, Bowers, Alt, Arnold, Fuanga, Futanu, Mitchell, Turner, and Verse. That's 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
No spoilers for you not ahead, but there is your non-chalk pick, Chad.
Yeah. Regardless of who they take, it is a non-chalk. Is Goodell looking slower as the draft goes on, or am I impatient?
I mean, we're all getting slower, Boggs. We're just getting older here.
Thanks. No, we're all getting slower, Boggs. Joe Alt. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're going to take tackle, it's the pick. Wow. If you're going to take tackle, that's a pick. And that was a popular, when we first started talking the draft and the mocks, and they hired Harbaugh, we said, they're going to build the line. They're going to build the line. Why don't you take Joe Alt? They just took Joe Alt. That, if you're going to pick a tackle, that's the way you go, not J.C. Latham. I didn't think they were going to do it, but I like that more than J.C. Latham. I would have taken Malik.
Yeah, I mean, I think their offensive line is okay, but this is a Harbaugh move, right? Mm-hmm. It is, look, we are going to run the football. We're going to be physical. We're going to be punishing. That is what he wants to do. That's what he did with the Niners. That's what he did with Michigan. It worked, right? Joe Alt. Oh, man. What a tough man. I got to leave South Bend, Indiana, and I have to go to L.A. That's got to be tough. Man, how are you going to do it, Joe? You going to be okay? All right, yeah. First surprise pick there, I guess. So where do the Giants go? Is this McCarthy or Neighbors?
This is the question. We will truly see how devoted they are here to Daniel Jones, because the rumors have been they've been looking at JJ. I think they take Malik Neighbors. Daniel Jones was pretty good 2 years ago.
I think so too. I take Malik Neighbors, but all the rumors and everything is that the Giants have buyer's remorse on Daniel Jones. They want to move in another direction, but they have so many problems, right? Like, let's look at their R-Lads page. Go to the Giants, all right? Who has a worse wide receiver room than Hyatt, Slayton, and Wan'Dale Robinson as your starting three? Who's worse? Nobody.
There isn't one. Patriots.
Maybe okay. Patriots.
Something like that.
That's fair. Andrew Thomas, Aaron Stinney, John Michael Schmitz, who was the worst graded center in the league last year as a rookie, but John Runyon, Jermaine Illuminor, who has a worse O-line. Not many teams. Maybe the Jets.
No, right? Theirs is better now.
The Panthers, pretty bad.
At least they tried to work at theirs. I've seen John Runyon play. I'm not trusting John Runyon. That's a guard. This McKethan, I think, is still on the team at guard too. Look, their entire offense and their tight ends room is their best tight end is
gonna retire.
And I know you like Daniel Bellinger, but if you told me they took Brock Bowers, I'm not holding Brock. Daniel Bellinger does not prevent me from taking Brock Bowers. I'll tell you that. So
same.
I think you pick someplace on the offense. It's probably going to help your team in some way, except maybe JJ McCarthy. Not that JJ McCarthy could be better than Daniel Jones. I'm not going to say that, but this team has so many other needs, and you've already paid Daniel Jones. It's not like you're getting off the hook. I know it was a different GM. I don't remember their last name, but the current one is it Shine? Joe Shine?
Yeah.
Right? That's how he says it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he's the one who gave him that extension, right?
Whatever it is.
Huh? He gave him that. It was him who gave the extension, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they took both these guys, I think, from Buffalo, right? Shine and Daboll, right? So they were in agreement that Daniel Jones is good. Daniel Jones took him to the playoffs that first year. Remember, they beat the Vikings and then they got smoked in the second round, or maybe those Vikings that smoked them. I can't remember what it was, but I remember watching it at Papado on my phone on my birthday. I remember that. But whoever they beat. But yeah, I still think Daniel Jones is good. He has been injury prone. Maybe he's not what this could be my logic with the Broncos of we can't do a year of Jarrett Stidham, right? Daboll may think that about Daniel Jones. And I understand that. Drew Lock is the backup there, so you're not going to Drew Lock. But what difference does it make if there's no targets, right? Like, try Daniel Jones with targets. That might be more interesting than having two QBs for one position here. Here we go. Malik.
It's such a good pick. It's such a good
smart.
It is. That is the way you go. You trust Daniel Jones. You get him a weapon. That's instantly your best receiver.
So now, do the Titans trade out with the Vikings? Because why wouldn't they? They didn't get their guy. They're not getting
Alt. Yeah, because Joe Alt's not there anymore.
Alt is gone. Or do they take Odunze? Or Bowers?
I had Odunze
because Ian McConkle is not keeping me from taking Brock Bowers. And this is the same, Callahan comes over from Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is a team that went Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell when given the opportunity. So the offensive line is atrocious. It's bad. Like, we should have thrown the Titans in when we were talking about who's worse than the Giants, right?
Yep.
But I don't know. This could be Latham. It could be Fashanu. I would think in a Callahan offense, if he's going to run the same thing that Taylor did, Fashanu probably fits best because he was the pass blocking, the one of the best pass blockers in the country last season for Penn State. So he's known way more as a pass blocker. So that would make sense if they stuck. But I think it would make sense at 11 too. But I mean, who is moving up from McCarthy at this point? Is anybody moving up, or is he just going at 11?
You're getting to the point now where you have to worry about a team like, if you're Minnesota, you have to be thinking about, okay, well, now we're getting late enough here that a team like Denver, who I said I don't think they have enough capital, but they have some.
What about the Saints?
Vegas. I would love the Saints to take JJ McCarthy. I'm just so done with Derek Carr. But I think Vegas, you have to at least consider that Vegas is going to try to move up here. So if someone forces their way up, it's because they're worried that Minnesota is going to get up ahead of them. Because otherwise, yeah, it's not. Tennessee, after spending, does JJ McCarthy or does Will Levis prevent me from taking JJ McCarthy? No, he does not. But after taking Will Levis and Malik Willis, I can't imagine they're taking another quarterback. Atlanta, you just paid $1 bajillion to Kirk Cousins. You might take a quarterback later because you don't trust Taylor Heineke as your backup. I get that. The Bears are not taking two quarterbacks. And I mean, I suppose the Jets could take a quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, one more year. I suppose you could take a backup quarterback. It worked with the Packers, right? Where you take a backup to Aaron Rodgers and when he's ready to move on. I don't know who.
If we're laying out every scenario too, I mean, Kirk Cousins is coming off an Achilles tear, and he's old. So Atlanta, and look, this is a whole new coaching staff in Tennessee. Maybe they don't like Will Levis, So I get you can paint a picture here for these teams, everybody but Chicago, I guess. Chicago to the Colts. The rest of those teams, even Seattle, if McCarthy were to fall for whatever reason. But apparently, so what Rappaport said was that the Giants bluffed about QB because they wanted someone to trade in front of them and then not take Neighbors. They wanted them to take a QB. So that was the reason for this, which is why Smoke screen season is garbage, and you shouldn't listen to any of it, especially when it's a bunch of crap rumors that come out the last week before the draft. Like, you got to expect these teams that want to make the moves. They're like the Vikings. They're moving up.
Next year when I start to fall into the trap. I need you to send me that.
So purposefully this week, I have not been paying attention to a ton of rumors because of this. So, all right, let's go Malik, right?
Okay.
Malik is right behind Marvin for me in terms of dynasty. So I have him at 6 ahead of AJ Brown. Well, are you going for dynasty? Is it Neighbors or is it AJ Brown?
I'll take AJ Brown still.
Is it Neighbors or is it Wilson?
I'll take Malik.
Olave.
Oh, Malik.
Tyreek.
Malik, yeah. He's ahead of all those players.
So and then my next guy at 11 is Odunze. And then Puka. Would you take Puka over Malik?
No, I'll take Malik still.
Yeah,
all those other quarterbacks have, or all those other wide receivers have aging quarterbacks, and that we just said, Daniel Jones maybe not locked in, but if they stink, they're going to get another younger quarterback. Whereas I don't know where the Jets are going to be in 2 years. I don't know where when Matt Stafford retires, there is no plan in place for the Rams. So
dude, you want to know, like, this just popped into my brain.
Sure.
The Giants have been sending this smoke screen since before the Super Bowl or right around the Super Bowl, because that's when Rich Eisen made that, announcement that the Giants have buyer's remorse about Daniel Jones. So this plan to get quarterback picked sooner has been put in motion for a while for them, this smoke screen.
So you wonder if the Chargers had taken Malik, like we all at least thought there was a chance of. I wonder if they would have went to Dunze at 6. I think it was certainly possible now that we know
I think they would have traded back and got more picks.
Sure.
I think that's what they would have done. Maybe a Dunze, though. Dunze is still a great pick. He'd be a great pick right here at 7. But all right. So what are we going for 7 for the Titans? Is this Dunze or is this an offensive lineman? Bowers, maybe?
I would really like Brock Bowers there.
I'm going to say Bowers.
Yeah, it feels like it's probably Brock Bowers or Olu Fashanu now. It probably feels like one of those two where we still don't like the O-line, but Brock Bowers is a bona fide stud at tight end. And what's the old adage that a young quarterback needs a great tight end that can help a young quarterback? Well, I don't know what I trust Will Levis or not, but I know that Brock Bowers is going to help him, and DeAndre Hopkins and whatever we think of Calvin Ridley. I think they overpaid him, but it's better than what they had. So you get the man some weapons and see where it goes. I think there's enough. They're going to have to add a lineman, though. They're going to have to at some point.
Yeah, for sure. They absolutely have to. They got to get a starting left tackle, or Skoronski's going to have to kick out and they'll get a starting guard. Like, you got to do something there at that spot. You just cannot go in with what you had last year. What up, Josh? What's going on? Guthrie says lineman here for the Titans. So here, just the way if I built a big board, which I don't, but if I built a big board, I don't think I could put Fashanu over Odunze or Bowers, regardless of positional need. So for me, this would be Bowers or Odunze, since Joe Alt is not there. I think Joe Alt was like first offensive lineman by a decent margin. So for me, I'm going to say that this is Brock Bowers. Watch me, Byron Murphy. Everybody's wrong. It's Leatu Latu. They added Mason Rudolph. Ugh. Ugh. You should. Mason Rudolph going to push Will Levis out of that starting job, probably. It's really, if anybody pushes Will Levis out, it's Will Levis. So, are you going to come on tomorrow when the Browns actually pick, Josh? J.C. Latham. Wow.
So the NFL must be higher on Latham than we are, I am, whatever. Because I think it's 10 picks early. I think he's fine. I don't think he is some road grader tackle. I think he's perfectly fine. Now, is he good for them? Sure. He is better than what they had. I just don't know.
Sure.
Are you going to try to move him to the left, or are you just taking him and saying you are a good to go right tackle? That's going to be the question there, because we've never seen him play left tackle, and if he just plays right tackle at a high level, that's fine. But otherwise, it's a lot for a right tackle with a right-handed quarterback.
So you're going to have, you would have Nicholas Petit-Frere as your starting left tackle in that scenario, unless you kick Skoronski out, like we said, and take a left guard later, or move City Charles into start, or Brunskill in at guard or something. So it's an interesting move here. I mean, we figured they'd go offensive line, but we just honestly, look at him pick up Goodell, who just had back surgery, by the way. And look at how red Goodell's face is. He's like, I can't walk out here anymore. We're gonna get Dawn again. Oh man, Dawn hates doing the NFL draft, doesn't she? Is she still? She might have retired.
I don't know. I think she did.
What was her name? Dawn something. She got a mention in that Arif Hassan article about TDN. I guess she invested in them a little bit. So
what could have been with TDN? Hopefully they figure out their stuff again.
Just fire the crazy broad.
Yep.
She sucks.
She made some bad choices there.
Yeah, the whole article was about how much she sucks. So, all right, Atlanta. Latham. I mean, that's good for the run game, man. You're gonna have Pollard and Tajay Spears. It's real good for the run game. All right, Atlanta.
I think we see the first defensive player come off the board here.
Got to be Turner, right? I'll say this again, though. You're not taking Bowers because you have Pitts, but Odunze, to me, if I'm doing this, might be too high off the board. But they've had this problem at edge rusher for so long now. It has to be fixed. It's got to be fixed. So Dallas Turner, I think Dallas Turner makes the most sense here. But I could see Odunze going here. Atlanta really should trade out of this spot and get more picks.
They have a lot of needs. You could move back and someone could pick their Byron Murphy, their Dallas Turner, whoever, Rome Odunze. You get another. It's a deep enough edge class. You could get Latu Latu and Brian Thomas or something like that, right? So I think
going to do another draft day trade with the Bears and move up to pick 9 and take Odunze after the Falcons take Dallas Turner here.
You think that's what
I tell you, I don't believe any of those rumors, but
I think it's Dallas Turner too. I also think it's Dallas Turner. Arnold Ibakiti is not preventing me from taking Dallas Turner. Sorry. That doesn't do it for me. It's not my guy.
Arnold Ibakiti, and then
is it still Zach Harrison? Zach Harrison's there, right?
Yeah, he's there. They have him, so they do this mix 3-4. So they have Harrison more as that 3-4 end. But I don't know. This to me, like I said, if I'm picking, it's probably Odunze. But the biggest need by a lot is at edge.
And it has been for
a couple years.
A while. And
a little bit, we'll say.
Do you have your redraft rankings done?
No.
Or at least a good
I have a loose base.
Where's Bijan at running back then?
2.
2?
2 or 3. I haven't decided between Brees and Bijan, but probably 2. Yeah, Brees and Bichon is the question there, but CMC is obviously still one.
Watch the world melt on this one, dude. I'm just telling you. I won't spoil it.
I don't even see Goodell walking up yet. Jesus, how far ahead of me are you? I feel like the Welsh. I'm way behind on everything here. I'm going to start complaining about it a bunch.
I'm trying not to spoil anything for you.
Here he comes. So this is a weird one, huh? Is this like Brian Thomas ahead of...
Nope, that's a better pick. That one makes more sense.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What? Wow.
What just happened?
Wow. What?
I told you. I didn't want to spoil it.
You talk about keeping your head down. You talk about keeping your head down and not do nothing. There has been no rumors about Michael Penix going to the Falcons. None. Not a single one. Wow. And he gets to sit and learn behind Kirk Cousins too. I mean, wow. This is genuine shock, man.
I know. I did not.
Wow.
I never even considered it. I've said that they need a quarterback as a backup, but not that.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I don't hate it. This is why it's this game that I watch Michael Penix carve up my Longhorns and just avoid tackles like that. No one else had gotten out of those, right? Look at this throw. Watson's got his hand out. There is like a shoebox worth of space you can throw that into, and he did it. So the downfield accuracy is crazy. The problem is for a guy like Penix is that he has to be protected to be successful. And I think the same thing with Zach Wilson, right? Zach Wilson did not get good protection. He was awful. I think it's kind of the same thing with Michael Penix. He has to be protected to make it work. I am genuine. I don't hate it, but I am very surprised by it. Very
you just made such a massive investment in Kirk Cousins.
You did.
The thing. You made backup quarterback, sure. But I don't know. I guess you saw enough Desmond Ritter. You're like, we'll take two chances here. We've seen Desmond Ritter play quarterback. Now we'll get two good ones.
Right. Yeah. Well, not having QB for so long. Does this say anything about Kirk Cousins' readiness?
That's what I was going to bring up here.
But you have
the logical
to do your homework
thing is
before
that
you give him a contract like that, though.
Well, you have to do your evaluation. I don't know if that means that they knew that it's not like there was a hidden Achilles tear in there, and maybe they think it's healing well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's ready to go. Does it? I mean,
even if he isn't, do you want to put that rookie out there week one?
I don't. So I like Penix. He has noticed anybody not named Caleb Williams. I'm not counting Joe Milton, who doesn't really count. But I also, he doesn't throw it over. I want to see him throw it over the middle of the field because right now he just targets the outside. And NFL coaching, hopefully he can get there. I don't want to start Michael Penix, so hopefully for them, Kirk Cousins is ready to go right away. And Penix does the Jordan Love thing. I mean, that's really what you're hoping for here, right? 2 years sitting?
Yeah.
At least?
Yeah. I mean, at least 2 years. And he's kind of an older prospect too, isn't he? So
because he had all those injuries at Indiana. He had all the knee. He's had 2 ACLs and 2 shoulders in there. So I got it.
Oh, man.
He's almost 24. He'll turn 24 in May 8th. So you want to sit him 2-3 years? You're 26, 27? Also, the Bears are in no time at all here. So this has to be rolling, right? Yeah. Okay.
This is Odunze. I mean, it's Odunze. This is crazy. Well, I just text Xavier. I said, I sent you the link if you want to jump in and talk about it. So, because he's our resident Falcons fan. That is surprising. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Xavier, you're excited. Okay.
What? Okay, hold on. Let me find the tweet. I tweeted in January that I thought the Falcons would possibly take Penix as high as 8. Yeah, I've been on this Penix at 8 thing and like since the semifinal game.
We just do not mean to cut you off. We have a trade.
Yes, we do.
Oh, are the Jets trading out?
Jets, Vikings flip spots.
All right, so this is McCarthy at 10. Bowers falling out of the top 10 is surprising to me.
Ooh, man, I got my do-rag ready. That's all I'm gonna tell you guys.
So here's my question as a non-Falcons fan. I get that I'm not trying to pour cold water on your excitedness.
Please
but
do.
What the hell? Like, why would you give Kirk Cousins so much money and then draft Cousins or draft Penix behind him and not address? You need a lot of defensive line help.
So
a lot of it.
I agree with the defensive line help. I'm also not entirely sure that they're done. The Falcons have been.
So they're going to move back up into the first. You think?
Would not be surprised to see them do that in the slightest.
Okay.
They've also been kind of arrowing in the idea of possibly going interior defensive line. So maybe they get in the back end of the teens or early 20s to maybe try to get a Byron Murphy type if he's there. That's first and foremost. Secondly, and most importantly, Cousins' deal is really only 2 seasons. It's this year and it's next year. He's got where, yes, we signed him for $180 million. He's got 100 guaranteed. Well, 45 of it's this year, 45 of it's next year, and then it's 10 in year 3. So realistically, they are planning for the future as well as planning for the right now. I didn't think that they were done at quarterback once they signed Cousins because it didn't feel like a we're done type of move when you only really signed him for 2 seasons. But more importantly, I kept being told by people who I respect within the community, they like Penix. They really, really like Penix. And at that point, I was like, look, if they take Penix that early, one, the most important thing you get is the 5th-year option, as we know how important that is. But secondly, and most importantly, he's going to sit behind Kirk Cousins and really be able to learn from a guy who's going to be able to teach him a lot of the things that Penix struggles in right now, especially taking what the defense gives him and reading the middle of the field, 2 things that he has to improve upon before he can be your franchise guy. I'll finish with this. Who knows if Cousins is really healthy? That Achilles injury could really have thrown him into a tailspin, and we don't know. That man could drop back on game 1, and it just doesn't feel right. And he's
the Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. You know, and in the event that he's not healthy, imagine if you paid him all that money and all your quarterback option was Taylor Heineke next year and Spencer Rattler.
What I do like about it is it gives you security, especially as a new head coach coming in, right? You're not going to like lose Kirk Cousins week 2 or 3 and then have to go with stupid Taylor Heineke for another season again, right? You just can't do that. So I agree with getting Penix. I just can't believe he you heard it. You're plugged into close people in Atlanta. So this is 10 and the 6 overall for an 11 and 4 and a 5 to move up 1 spot for the Vikings. So
we all know what this happens.
This just lights my Brock Bowers in the top 10 pick ticket on fire. So that's nice. But this is McCarthy then. So
gotta be. Yeah.
Well, our boy Thor is happy now because it was looking a little dicey there, especially after Penix went at 8. You know, like, ooh, yikes.
It was just one of those situations where, once again, and this is the number one thing that people have to remember about the draft. At the end of the day, you also have to.
It only takes one team.
Right. You have to prepare for the teams behind you. The rumblings of the Raiders taking Penix at 13 were getting louder and louder and louder. And so the old, we could just get Penix in the second round narrative kind of started falling by the wayside.
Yeah.
So they probably felt some type of pressure behind them to go, you know what? We're not going to risk this. We're going to make sure we get our guy. And I'm ecstatic. I love Penix, have loved Penix for a while. Obviously, my mom's a Washington alumni, so we're checking off boxes in the household right now. It's off the phone. My grandma, who was like, I got to get a Penix jersey and I got to root for the Falcons because they live in Seattle still. So, yeah, it's a good time. Yeah.
I mean, it was a shock. I guess the way you put it, with the rumors of Penix going inside the top 13. So I guess we have a double-edged sword here, CK, because I talked about, look, this is what you need to do. You need to not listen to any rumors the week of the draft. That's what I said. I'm like, don't listen to any of them because this was going so chalk until your guys picked. I mean, JC Latham that high was a little bit of a surprise to Tennessee, but we knew Tennessee wanted to know linemen. So for them to take Latham, not that surprising. But wow, one pick after that, Michael Penix goes at 8 to a team that just signed Kirk Cousins to a big deal and has had QB issues, obviously in the past few years since Matt Ryan left. So, I mean, you have options now. And you know what? I think you learn from the Steelers in this a little bit too. It's like, the Steelers go out and get a backup QB and Trubisky and then try to draft Pickett in the first round. Don't let him sit because Trubisky blows and now Pickett is ruined too. So I think, sitting a guy like that, and who knows when you're picking inside the top 10 and there's a quarterback there that you're going to like again, Right. So
right.
I get it. You have the 5th-year option on Penix now too. It all makes sense to me. I just, it's one of those short week rumors that actually did pay off, and McCarthy, like no one had Penix going ahead of McCarthy. No one. I didn't see a single person do it. So
I did.
Yeah.
I think the only person on the face of the planet.
I mean, you're plugged into the Atlanta stuff. Maybe Falcons fans did, but I just.
Oh no! Oh, Falcons Twitter is burning down as we speak. I'm the only. I was the only. Look. I would love to say that I had a bunch of people on my side. I had nobody on my side at Penix at all. I was by myself in the minority in that 100%.
So. I saw Bill Belichick apparently didn't like the Drake May pick, but I think that's just him throwing shade at the Patriots now that, all that mess is happening. Oh my God, it'd be so great if the Vikings took Brock Bowers here.
Now I got to advance search myself. Right? It'd be a good time.
It's McCarthy. It's got to be McCarthy.
I have a Vikings fan who has just left our group chat. Just putting that out there. He is none too happy with the idea of a McCarthy connection in Minnesota.
They moved up one spot, Barrow, because other teams were offering the Jets stuff too. So you move up one spot, so the Jets don't trade this pick to Vegas or New Orleans or Denver or somebody. Right. The Broncos, I'm sure, were in there too. Trying to move up to get McCarthy. So this is McCarthy and then Bowers, and then who knows what the hell the Broncos do. Probably Bo Nix, right? So we just get all the quarterbacks done, and then the Saints will take Michael Pratt. What the hell is happening? Saints take Spencer Rattler.
The record's 6, right? The record's 6? That would be 6. This will be 5 in the top 10.
Yep. That was a prop bet too.
Was it?
It was 5 quarterbacks and 8 receivers taken on FanDuel in the first round.
Man, so much going on.
Hold on.
Well, look, we were bored with the first 4 picks. We're like, everything's normal, nothing crazy.
And then boom. All right, time to go pin that tweet to my Twitter just to have this. Let's see, when did I tweet this out?
I feel that, Aaron. When you're one of those teams that has a good quarterback, you're just like, every team, take a quarterback. So more good players keep falling.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? A PFF mock draft on January 7th had the Falcons taking Michael Penix, and this was before the back half of the season collapsed.
Who did it?
Let's see if I caught that in the screenshot.
January 7th, huh?
That was probably after the Texas game, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yep. They had Penix going 9 because at that point we were 9 in the draft. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the pick wasn't even right. The the spot for the Falcons wasn't even right. So.
Right.
Alex
Right.
Smith.
So there's gonna be.
All right, little man. There it is. Thor gets his guy. Thor's gonna be very, very happy.
Did Thor want him?
He should be.
I mean, he is obsessed with JJ McCarthy. That's I think the second player on his board, second or third.
Hold on, I'm gonna drop the link for you guys too in the private chat. Just look at that tweet from January 12th.
Man. Agenda 1, trade for Justin Fields. Agenda 2, trade up for Jaden Daniels. Agenda 3, stay put at 7 or 8 and draft Penix. These are my agendas, and I'm sticking to them. Look at that. From January 1st.
Yep.
Look at that, Xavier. I like it. Now, let me ask you, are there 30 more tweets just like this with different players?
No. Actually, my agenda does not change from this at the quarterback position. There are definitely like edge conversations from here, but everything else, nah. There's nothing else left.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back. I just need to use the restroom real quick.
So CK, how we feeling?
I'm feeling good. Pretty decent so far. Yourself? Feeling good about the draft?
I'm gonna Oh, I mean, this is my time of the year. This
I know, dude.
This is where we thrive.
I know, man. I've been looking at these prospects for like 6 months, and it all comes to fruition tonight, right? Like,
right? Yeah.
Here we go.
At this point, the funny part is like I'm over here. I'm still technically working at this moment.
You're working right now?
Yeah, I don't know if I've told you, but I work for the MLB now.
So that's awesome, dude.
I'm doing
sweet.
Yeah, I'm doing some social media cleanup for them right now. We've got one game on. Yankees are in the top of the ninth, so I felt obliged to then come on now because I was like, all right, cool. We're everything's calmed down. I can talk elsewhere.
That's awesome, man. How long have you been doing that?
I will be going into month 2 now. Actually, yeah, in like 3 days. I start on the 20th of February. So yeah. So
move to Jersey and everything.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this could be Fuanga, but you got to take Bowers here. Got it.
Yeah, I think Brock.
If it's not Bowers, it's gonna be deep. He's gonna be falling far.
Oh man. I mean, if he doesn't go, I think Denver takes him, but the line is bad too for the Jets. So if we're looking at the Jets, I'm not doing a good job of updating this. I was in shock after Michael Penix went. So we take a look at the Jets, watch them take Bo Nix because they need a backup quarterback, right? Tyrod Taylor can't be the plan behind Aaron Rodgers, right? So, but I mean, tight end, it's Tyler Conklin right now. So Bowers makes so much sense. They signed Tyron Smith. They traded for Morgan Moses. They signed John Simpson. So like the old line has been dealt with. I hate it. I hate Mike Williams. I don't know why they gave him any money to play 4 games for them this season like he always does. He's a good wideout when he's out there. Great skill set. Always hurt. So I don't like that signing. Garrett Wilson's like your only guy. It's Alan Lazard. It's Jason Brownlee, Xavier Gibson. So they need a target for sure. Defense is great. I think, depth here on the defensive line behind Solomon Thomas, behind Kinlaw and Quinnen, Fotu, Solomon Thomas. Safety depth is necessary as well. Chuck Clark, Tony Adams as the starters, Ashton Davis and Jarek Bernard Converse behind them. They need some depth there, but pass catcher for Aaron Rodgers, strong defense. It's got to be Bowers. I will be very surprised if it's not Bowers. Am I going to be surprised, CK?
You are going to be surprised.
God damn it. Really?
Mm-hmm. It's the original thought. I think this was was popular when it first started, right? When we first started talking about this was where we were all thinking.
Yeah. Okay. I don't hate Fashanu, but I do to me, Bowers is just so good. And he's falling to Denver has a million needs. Denver is a team that should trade out of the spot and get multiple picks. Not going to though.
No, they have to take Knicks, right?
No, they just trade for Zach
Wilson.
Wilson.
They just trade for Zach Wilson. Yeah, they're good. Well, good. let me not get crucified. They're good. Air quote.
Well, look, I'm not saying I explained this on the pre-show before
you missed this discussion of the Zach Wilson star quarterback discussion.
I think Zach Wilson and rookie Bo Nix probably provide you the same thing this year, right? So why not just let Wilson play and take the best player on the board?
Honestly,
because
I'm not mad at that rhetoric at all.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not solving the problem by bringing in Bo Nix. You're giving competition to Zach Wilson. So for me, Brock Bowers is the best by a lot here. So that's who I'm taking.
That's fair.
If I stick, the pick is already in, and it says they have 9:45 left on the clock here. I don't hate the Knicks pick if that was the case, but let's look at this Broncos roster, man. It is disgusting.
Yeah.
It is not good at all. So your wide receiver room, it's Cortland Sutton, who they've talked about trading, and then Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims, LJ Humphrey, Brandon Johnson, Tim Patrick coming off an ACL injury. Ugh. O-line is okay. They need depth, but the O-line can hold up. I'm not worried about the O-line. Tight end, it's Adam Troutman and Greg Dulcich. Nope. Wilson is the starter now. Jarrett Stidham's the backup. Running back is fine. They need everything in the front seven. All of it. They need all of it. They need interior help. I mean, signing Malcolm Roach, Angelo Blackson, and Rashard Lawrence doesn't mean you're getting good snaps out of those guys, right?
No.
Edge rushers are bad. It's Zach Allen, Matt Hennigan, Baron Browning, who's inconsistent, Jonathan Cooper, who's the same as Baron Browning, Nick Bonito, who has flashes but is not that great on a consistent basis. No one consistent at edge. Edge is the worst part of this team. Linebacker, Singleton and Cody Barton are fine. Drew Sanders is a tweener. They need depth here. Corner, it's bad. Outside of Patrick Surtain, they signed Levi Wallace 3 days ago, and he's a starter. So corner is bad here too. Quinyon Mitchell, not a terrible option. So
we still haven't seen a defensive player get picked yet. I wonder when the last time was we got 12 picks in and we haven't seen a single defender get picked.
Right. That's crazy. Dallas Turner
makes a lot of sense here, but you mentioned Brock Bowers. I think that makes still the most sense, but yeah, I mean, Dallas Turner would help the team. You mentioned Quinyon Mitchell, Terry and Arnold. Any of those would help this team.
I think Dallas Turner here makes more sense than I think people would lean on, because I feel like at the end of the day, he's a guy who is important for what they want to do. I mean, remember, this is a team that in the last couple of years has lost Von Miller, traded Bradley Chubb. They need edge in the worst way. And from everything and his ceiling, let me be, his ceiling for a lot of people has been considered Von Miller-esque. I'm not calling him that, but that's been a lot of people's, NFL comparisons for his ceiling. You see some of the burst, you see some of the bend. He's a guy who gives you versatility. He's a guy who could drop in coverage as well. He dropped in coverage, 220 times this year in over 900 snaps. So definitely a guy who can give you value elsewhere. So
let's give him Von Miller without the legal issues,
Fair.
Not a surprise.
Fair.
An Aggie.
Or the injury issues as he's gotten older.
Yeah. Or the important stuff on the field. Yeah. Also yes.
Oh, like this from the White Sox. Hold on. Gonna throw this in.
It's not a win.
No.
Ooh, burn.
Look,
Come on.
Look,
hey, 3 wins. The 3-22 or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have a White Sox fan as one of my coworkers, and she doesn't even necessarily care.
Yeah. How has she not quit yet?
No, she just started like a week ago, like a month ago. I work with a bunch of Yankees and Mets fans, so
shocking.
I Yeah,
Rocket.
we are based, we are based in New York, so kind of comes with the territory. Let's go, baby. What I'm doing right now by hopping onto by being with you guys, I'm letting Falcons Twitter calm down.
Gotta
well,
stay
I'm
away
gonna
from it.
leave after the Raiders pick. I'm gonna be gone for 4 picks.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if you want to
We'll
stick around, that'd be great. If you can't,
Yeah, we'll hold it down together.
Yeah, we can do this.
No
problem.
worries.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll take our lads off of the screen here.
Because man, let's just say Twitter is not very kind right now to people.
So do they all want Dallas Turner? Is that who everybody wants?
It was Turner or Latu. That was kind of the proverbial pick. You either had the people who are extremely SEC biased who only watch anything west of Missouri, or you had the people who were like pass rush win rate, pass rush win rate, pass rush win rate, and the PFF guys who were just spamming stats of Latu dominating the Pac-12.
Latu was really good last year. He won, and I know Trevor Sikkema is obsessed with Latu, and that was kind of like I think the two guys that Sikkema can be kind of tied to because he was on them before most other people were are Latu because he was medically retired and Fuanga. And I think Sikkema just watches a bunch of the Pac-12, to be honest with you. I think that's a big part of it. So Bowers or surprise, CK? I kind of like that you're ahead of me.
Surprise.
Oh, man. It's Quinyon Mitchell.
Nope.
Dallas Turner.
Offense. Dude, you've been locked into this for months, brother.
This is online?
This is Bo Nix.
Oh, this is Bo Nix.
This is Bo Nix. I cannot believe Bo Nix is a top 12 pick in the NFL draft.
Wow.
I cannot believe Bo Nix is a top 12 pick in the NFL draft in the year 2024.
What the
quarterback.
hell?
Wow, quarterback.
Man, Bo Nix. Everyone was like, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, second round picks. Nope. So this is the quarterback class. We went from this being the quarterback class to this. Okay, there's 3 really good ones. And then it was like, well, McCarthy's pretty good too. Bo Nix and Penix, meh. 6 gone.
That's a record.
Dude,
in the top 12, 6 have gone. Half of the picks tonight are QBs.
You know who's pissed right now? The Raiders have got to be sitting there like, what's happened? What just?
Spencer Rattler's still available.
No, but you know what though? No. We talked about this in a Falcon space the other day. I said they have Minshew. They have prepared themselves for the worst, just in case they don't get anybody this year. Minshew is good enough to get you to 9-8. That's it.
Sure.
And I think that they're going to double down defense here. I'm not spoiling anything. This is just a pure guess. They're going to go Dallas Turner here, put him opposite of Max Crosby, and say, go win.
Ooh. With Christian Wilkins.
It'd be awesome.
Well, remember.
And Tyree, they're moving in. They're moving Wilson inside.
Yeah. Well, remember, Antonio Pierce said a couple of weeks. He's been saying this all offseason. He's been saying, we're going to zag. Everybody's trying to get this arms race going. Everybody's trying to compete with Mahomes. Well, how about you, instead of trying to beat him with offense, we beat him with defense? This feels like a situation where they can go Dallas Turner or Quinyon Mitchell and say, we're going to beat you with defense.
Wow. A lot going on.
Penix already went to Xavier's Falcons.
Yeah. So, come on, first round Rattler. All right, I'm going to stay for this Raiders pick, and then I'm going to bounce over and give Thor a little relief for FP. And then come on back. So
I think we go offensive tackle here. I get all the stuff Xavier just said. I like the defense ideas, but I don't know.
Yeah, Fuanga's still on the board, and he has been tied. I mean, Fuanga seems like a Raider. Big, nasty offensive lineman. Yeah. But I mean, Turner, too, would be a great pick. But if Turner doesn't go here, I mean, put him in Indy on that line with Buckner, put him in New Orleans.
If they get to 15 without Bowers coming off the board, he's a Colt.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
100%.
I was a little surprised they didn't try to trade up to 9 to get him.
Yeah. Imagine Brock Bowers.
Or they probably did.
You know what's going to happen? This always happens. Brock Bowers is going to end up a Saint, and for the 17,000th time in my lifetime, a guy that I love, I can't cheer for anymore.
Him and Taysom Hill.
CK, what? CK,
what is happening?
CK, I played with Alvin. I played with Alvin Kamara.
God, I'm so far behind.
I don't own a jersey because he plays for the Saints. Like, yeah. Wait, what is going on? Okay, CK's reaction makes me want to look.
Yeah. I'm behind. I'm so far behind. God, come on, NFL Network, show it. Look at him muting himself. He muted himself so he won't ruin it for me. Is this Rattler? This cannot be Spencer Rattler.
It's not Spencer Rattler. But I'll say this.
Okay, Aaron got me, dude. Aaron got me.
That would be amazing.
Put Rattler in the thing.
Dude.
Did you see that?
What, CK?
I know, brother. I'm just like, are you kidding me?
So
Michael Mayer's just there?
Look, I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. No.
I don't hate it, but like we don't necessarily have.
But this is you don't get your quarterback. Get the tight end. Get the tight end.
I mean, so are we building a team for Aiden O'Connell to take over or something? Like, what's happening here? Like,
We're building a team for Gardner Minshew to take over.
We've got
Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, and you're putting him in the slot. He's Hunter Renfrow. He's bigger Hunter Renfrow. He's never in line blocking. That's Michael Mayer the whole year. I'm gonna flip over to FP, and I will be back around pick 7. I don't know if they want me to stay for 17 or leave at 17. Yeah. So I'll be back in a little bit, guys. So
Bowers is a Raider.
Be back in a little bit. See you guys.
That one might have been even more surprising than all the quarterbacks. Dude, I cannot.
Dude,
so we had. Was Michael Mayer was a second round pick last year, right?
Correct.
Wow. And we're getting just doubling down on tight end.
Yeah, because Mayer went after.
It's the best.
Last year.
It's the best pass catcher left, though. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the best pass catcher. So I guess you're just saying we want a weapon for Aiden O'Connell. You take Brock Bowers.
Right.
Or Brian Thomas, right? That's the next receiver. We think. We are.
But if you know what, though? If you're the Saints, you are cheering to the high heavens right now because you have lost a tackle this offseason. You just lost a guard the other day as he retired. And then Trevor Penning has been a turnstile. So you're telling me you're going to be able to see you could.
Fuaga?
It got to be.
It's got to be, yeah. Because your tackles, like you said, are Penning and Ramczyk, who's always hurt.
Right. You know, so you could go. You could go with another option here. You could go Turner because Cam Jordan is also old. But you got to go tackle. You know you can't get rid of Derek Carr. You might as well help him out.
All offense, all the time here in this NFL draft.
Right?
That's crazy that we are 13 picks in and we have not seen a single defensive player come off the board. This quarterback run feels like the Blaine Gabbert draft class, drafting quarterbacks to draft quarterbacks.
Yep, Jake Locker, Blaine Gabbert. Who else was in that?
Jake Locker. Ooh,
Christian Ponder. Ponder was taken. Yep, Ponder was taken in that draft as well. Yeah.
Was that the EJ Manuel one too? No, that was a different year, right?
Let's see.
Look that up. See if I'm right.
Let's go Google. EJ Manuel was drafted in the 2013 draft, round 1, pick 16.
That's not that.
This would have he was that's a different draft. But fun fact for you, he was the first quarterback taken in that draft.
Jeez. Wow.
That was the Eric Fisher, Luke Jokel, who's the best tackle in the world draft, and neither one of them were.
The answer is neither were the best tackle in the world.
Yeah, the answer was Lane Johnson at number 4. The third tackle taken in the top 5. That's got to be the most tackles taken in the top 5. Was the best tackle. That Sheldon Richardson. Let's see who else was in this draft. Tyler Eifert, Desmond Trufant, Xavier Rhodes, DeAndre Hopkins. Yeah. Okay.
I like Xavier Rhodes. He was so good for so long. Just like a classic press corner.
Right? And then, and as most of them do, once they lose their athleticism, they've got nothing left to give.
Yep, because then you can't play zone because you're so used to pressing right up against the man, and then they ask you to play zone because you can't do it anymore, and then you're terrible. But for a while, you're really good. Scott Guthrie. I like Ponder. I did too. I like Christian Ponder. I thought he was okay.
I thought Ponder was your prototypical game manager.
Mm-hmm.
And
like the Alex Smith, right? Like your Alex Smith type.
Yeah, and the league was still allowing for guys like that to come in and succeed. So I thought it was a decent move.
Do you remember JP Lossman? Remember when JP Lossman got picked by the Bills out of Tulane? Or was that before you? I'm a little older than you, I think.
Just a little bit. Yeah. You dated me just a little bit with that. I know the name. Trust me.
He had this huge arm, and that was kind of the idea. Was like, oh, he could throw it through Buffalo. It's cold, and then it just did not work out at all.
Sounds like a couple of people who were clamoring for Joe Mixon this year, or Joe Milton, excuse me.
some of the stuff you see on Twitter, it's like people just turned him on, and they're like, oh, I'm going to watch a YouTube highlight tape. And they're like, oh, you can throw it so far. I'm like, yeah, you can, but you have to aim it a little bit too. Like, you can't just throw it 70 yards. You have to aim the ball, and he just can't do that at all.
Right.
We're taking all the time here, Saints. Let's go. What channel are you watching? NFL Network, ESPN, or are you just watching on your computer?
NFL Network.
NFL Network, yeah. That's the one we're all going with.
People are calling me out saying we got beef.
You got beef? That's the thing, you?
Yeah. Like,
because
no.
Right?
Like, yeah.
Haters, man. Haters.
Because there's a select percentage of Falcons Twitter who I've been trying to tell people for months. They really like Penix. Don't be surprised. They really like Penix. And I've been trying to do it like very softly, right? Not trying to be like the angry guy like stomping and throwing my toys out, right? You're
a good dude.
I think Penix is a possibility. And I've been met with, you're a dumb son of a bleep, bleep, bleep.
Yeah.
If you think we'd ever take Penix that high, we just got Cousins. Why would we even think about it? I'm like, all right.
Here's the pitch.
I'm like, okay.
Swing and a miss.
Okay, all right, cool. Just wait for
now,
it.
Are you just keeping receipts? Are you just keeping receipts? Is that what you're doing right now? Or are you just like owning it?
Yeah. Look, I've already sent a couple of tweets that was like, I'm talking my ish.
I like them on my phone here. Where are you at? Xavier _trips.
Trevino.
So I'm just excited, man. Look,
you should be.
I wanted a quarterback in the worst way. I did not want to wait till next year's class, as I think next year's class is going to be vastly overrated. And so I just felt, look, go get your guy. If you have a guy you like, go get him. Like,
dude, I've seen that happen. I mean, I'm a Packers fan, right? I have seen them do that, where you draft a quarterback that you like, and if it means you have to wait a while, you wait a while, and it works. Works with Aaron Rodgers, works with Jordan Love. You just got to make sure you feel confident in your evals, and if you feel good with Michael Penix, you take Michael Penix.
And it's the one thing I kept coming back to with our offensive coordinator Zach Robinson, because he really liked what's his name? Patrick Mahomes when he was with PFF. So he worked for PFF for a little while, and he was like, look, I don't care where this kid is. I'm gonna get if I like him, I like him. You
get your guy. Yeah.
That in its own right speaks volumes to what they just did, because at the end of the day, they went out and got whoever they
point in the eighth.
Who they really liked. And I appreciate when people do that. So, yeah. So, CK, who do you want?
I'll say Fuaga.
Okay.
You're going defense, Turner?
Oh, no. I'm talking about for your Packers.
Oh, for my team?
Yes.
I would love some Graham Barton to be there.
Miller fans.
I would love some Graham Barton. I would be okay with I'd be okay with like Chop Robinson off the edge. Hey, I got it right. Look at that. Talisi Fuaga. I think I'm a little ahead of you.
For Saints? Yeah.
We kind of called that. Like you said, it could be defense, but they need offensive line help and desperately. Right. So are you good on him staying at tackle? Think he could play guard?
I don't think – well, I feel like they're good at guard. So that's why I feel like they don't touch it. But I think I would also be remiss if I just said that, like, oh, they're just not even going to think about it.
I think that you can at least – you try him at tackle, but if it doesn't work, you just move him to guard. And you know you have a road grader mauler, like when they wanted in Eric McCoy or Cesar Ruiz, and it just hasn't worked. I think they're hearing your baseball stuff, dude. Just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just letting you know. You got to work, dude's. He's got to work here, man.
But yeah. So.
Are you still doing your photography too?
I am. I take a pause, obviously, with us moving.
Sure.
But I'll be picking it up. I'll be picking it back up here soon. I will not. I obviously have a love for that, so that's only on the shelf for a little while. But yeah.
You work from home then for that, or you got to go to baseball like a headquarters, like MLB headquarters?
So MLB headquarters are in Manhattan, so I'm about an hour away by train ride.
Yeah.
I only do that like a couple of times a week, so nothing crazy. But yeah. And it's only depending on the schedule. So like this week, I did it on Monday. I haven't been into the office the rest of the week. I've just worked from home the rest of the week. So it kind of
cool. That's awesome, man.
Okay, so they had to take Fuaga here. That made a ton of sense.
So now we're at the Colts.
Bowers is off the board. You need defense if you're the Colts, if I'm not mistaken.
I think, okay, I don't know how Bob shares a screen, so I don't know how I have that, but I can pull up just like he does. We have on the Colts, on the defense.
So they're rocking with Kwity Paye, Grover Stewart, DeForest Buckner, and Samson Ebukam. EJ Speed, Zaire Franklin, Juju. This feels like Quinyon Mitchell territory.
I was going to say, this is a corner, right? Because you got Kenny Moore, who plays the slot. Juju Brent's on the outside. If anything, you're going to go corner here. I kind of like receiver for him, though, too, on offense. If you're going to go offense, right? Yeah. So you got Pittman outside, who operates in the middle. You got Josh Downs in the slot. But you don't really have anybody on the other side. We're not trusting Alec Pierce, are we? I don't trust Alec Pierce anymore.
No.
I think so. I could see if you're going to go offense, I think it's Brian Thomas, right? Something like that. But
yeah, for sure. I think the only thing I'd say here is, do they feel right here that they can really go back defense? Because my biggest thing here with them is, where you're right, offense is imperative. I believe they have a second. And I just don't feel like the gap right now at receiver just isn't deep enough for them to pass. Right? Like when I look at receiver, I go, okay, Brian Thomas is good, but could I get that in, Xavier Legette in round 2?
Sure. Sure. You're just looking at who's left and saying that wide receiver is deeper, right? Than corner.
Absolutely. And I think corner is there's a genuine drop off when we talk about Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, and then probably tier 2 is started with Kool-Aid McKinstry, and then everybody else. So yeah.
I think Kool-Aid's just rock solid. I feel like he's gotten knocked in this. I think he's just absolutely rock solid floor. I don't know if there's some massive ceiling, but as far as a back end first round pick who you just plug and play for the next 7-8 years, I think he's just rock solid in that.
Yeah, my biggest thing with Kool-Aid is obviously the injury that shouldn't have maybe hurt him as much as it has.
Sure.
But also just some of his tape could be better. That's all I'll say. I feel like when I watch him play, I feel like some of his tape could just, as dominant as you thought those corners were at times, they just didn't necessarily dominate on the outside consistently, especially when you watch them against LSU, which is probably the two best.
Sure, when you're going up against the top end receivers, you mean.
Yeah, and then you watch them against Texas,
right.
Yeah, and both Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy.
Yeah,
both kind of killed you. So yeah. So that's the only reason why, for me, both of those guys, I believe, have taken a hit in the pre-draft process, because when you watch them against the best, they've struggled to compete at the highest level. I mean, Xavier Worthy was just running by both of them at times.
He does that to a lot of people, though.
That's true. That's very true. So,
okay, pick is in. We've only had the one trade, right? The Jets and the Vikings switched one spot.
This always happens, though. We talk about this all the time. Oh, there's going to be a ton of trades. There's going to be a fun night. Yeah. We get to the night and nobody moves.
Everybody wants their players.
Yeah.
So we got Seattle or Colts here. We think either corner or receiver. Seattle has to go interior of the offensive line. Their offensive line is awful.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
For sure.
Not the teams that are loving this are like Miami, who desperately needs an edge, and now all of them are still sitting there.
Right. Everybody, I think, you know what? I think that's the biggest thing if you're the Falcons as well, is everybody was like, take an edge at 10. And it was like, is there an edge worthy at 10?
Yeah.
And as we're seeing from the draft, we're at pick 15. We all don't expect the edge to be necessarily taken here, or maybe one is. But the first edge off the board would be taken at 15.
Yeah. The first defender off the board. It's just, it's nuts. I remember talking like earlier in the process. I think I had, I said that of the first half, I think I had like 2 defensive players for a while in a mock, and I thought, oh, that's weird. It'll never happen like that. Now I feel, it's crazy to think that it went the entire first half of the first round almost here.
I am officially off of the clock. All right. Now
there we go. So once the last game gets done, you're done?
Yeah. So that's kind of how night shift works.
That's sweet.
Sometimes it has its good things. Sometimes when you get like a Dodgers game that started at like 10, that was supposed to start at like 9 o'clock, that's been rain delayed, is now starting at 10:15. Not all
late night. Yeah, especially for you on the East Coast then.
Yeah. That's what we all, when we're at night shift, we're like, oh no. So yeah.
I will spoil this for you. We have the first defensive player taken.
Okay. I'm down for this. What we got? What we got coming up? I hedged my bet and it's working out. Okay. So I'm gonna let everybody in, obviously we bet we bet here on this.
Yes, we do.
So I put together 2 parlays tonight. One of them, all of them dealing with draft orders, but I hedged one with the other because I just had a feeling. Okay. So this one was, all of them were for under $20. So I'll start with that.
Okay.
So it was Marvin Harrison to go first receiver, Joe Alt to go first offensive lineman, Jonathan Brooks to go first running back, Benson not to be the second tight end, Dallas Turner first defensive lineman as drafted, Tyler Nubin first safety, Edgerrin Cooper first linebacker, Quinyon Mitchell first corner. I hedged that and said, you know what? I just have a feeling about this. Latu first edge, Benson not first second tight end, Tyler Nubin first safety, Junior Colson first linebacker, Jerjon Newton to be a first round pick, and Quinyon Mitchell to be the first corner drafted. That $10 wager is a $1,400 payout. So
nice.
We are fingers crossing on that one, and that one is still alive.
That's awesome, man.
So yeah, so we're hedged. So we hedged the heck out of that, but we're trying to hold on there.
Make a little money. Now we're talking.
All right, make a little cash on the side of having a really fun draft night. Yeah, man. Look, sometimes you gotta, use 6 months of working for somebody for some gain other than a fun night of draft picks. Okay. Ugh.
Is that everybody? I think that's everybody that was at the draft. Pretty sure. Jordan Morgan handled Latu. I would agree with that. Not very many people did, but I would agree that Jordan Morgan did handle Latu. Trey Hendrickson.
Very well.
How's that?
You saying that Jordan Morgan versus Latu, or
that's what Chad said here in the comments. Jordan Morgan handled Latu, and I said I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. Not many people did.
It was the one concern I had about him in this draft process, which was when you watched him against Jordan Morgan and Talise Fuaga, obviously the other 2 main guys from the Pac-12. He struggled. Wait, somebody took Penix to be drafted in the top 10 and they put $100 on it and they got $3,100 back. Tough.
Boom. There you go. That's a good night right there. Whatever your team does doesn't matter. You've already made that much money. You are happy. I think the reason Jordan Morgan handled him, and you mentioned Fuaga, I'm just not sure that he's super bendy around the corner. I think he's very strong. He has some nice moves. I like Latu, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if he's super bendy around the edge. And Morgan is so shifty.
Right. And so he decided not to do 3-cone, which not a
Don't
red
blame
flag. But if you decide not to do the 3-cone, there's a reason for it. On top of that, like you said, when he's able to win with his hands, he's as dominant as they come.
Mm-hmm.
However, when you play tackles at the next level who will slide their feet, it's going to be very tough for him to win because at the end of the day, they'll just match hands. Wow, Scott's back fast.
Yeah, the FP stuff wouldn't work for me, so can't do it. Restarted my computer a bunch of times, tried to get on over there, just can't get a good link. So, don't know, but Latu to the Colts. That's interesting. A little surprised it's not a corner because I do think the corners are worse, but Dallas Turner is still on the board, is he not? Didn't the Saints take Fuanga?
Yes, he is. He is
still on the board. Yep. We were just talking about that. But Latu's got the best tape, right? Like Latu has better tape than Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner didn't have all that much production, but the issue is, of course, the neck issue. And so if they trust the medicals, I get taking Latu over Turner.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you don't, basically, this is saying that the medical retirement was not necessary, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's saying. The medical retirement was not necessary for Latu, and the where was he before UCLA where they did retire him?
Washington.
So Washington just panicked on his injury. You know, we saw the same thing happen at Clemson with Justin Ross. You know,
I remember when the Packers medically told Sam Shields he couldn't play anymore, and he came back and played for the Rams, I think.
Yeah, Shields, I think, was drafted by the Steelers too. Is he out of ASU? Or am I thinking of a different Shields?
I'm thinking of a different guy. He was out of Miami.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of a different guy.
So yeah. Okay. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
I got you. Yeah, weird that I couldn't get over on the FP one, but all right. So Seattle is up next. Is this Fatanu? Xavier?
Gotta be, right? He's a Seattle kid, so you've had time to watch him, right? You could have gone to every single game with no problem. He's gonna be able to kick inside, much like Peter Skoronski was able to do last year. And you already have Charles Cross. You need interior offensive line help. Not only that, but you already went in and addressed kind of your backup quarterback situation with Sam Howell. And you don't really need that much else. Maybe you say Dallas Turner, you know, just double, quadruple down on having maybe Mike McDonald gets his quote unquote freak where he can have, you know, whether that be when the Ravens took Trent Simpson or something like that, where he gets his linebacker who can go north and south and east and west. So I think it's either Dallas Turner or Troy Fatanu.
Yeah.
I think right now, if Mike McDaniel could start off his tenure as their head coach by doing a very Ravens thing, and that's doubling and quadrupling down on pass rush, he might.
Yeah, I mean, it is. So to me, getting back to, let me bring up our lads again and put it back up here. Let's see. NFL depth charts, go to the Seahawks. Because to me, the biggest issue with the Seahawks, and they have issues, I think number one is Geno your guy beyond much more than a year or two, right? I don't think he can be. So I think that's kind of out. But looking at this, it's right here, middle of the O-line. It is Lincoln Tomlinson, Oluwatimi, Anthony Bradford. So I think that's the issue. To me, this is Graham Barton, JPJ. Fatanu can play guard. I don't think a guard is weird either. So, you know, all of these are possibilities. So,
you know, JPJ is a really good call right here.
Yeah, I mean, that is what I've been locked into for months is JPJ to this team.
Yeah,
because I want the Steelers to take him, and I go, where else does he go? Seattle. So if they take Fatanu, he could come back to us. So
absolutely. And once again, you think about McDaniel's ties to Baltimore. They took Linderbaum, a center, at 16 a couple of years ago. Now they have a chance to possibly take their guy here at 16 in JPJ. So adds up for sure.
Sorry, I'm just still texting with the FP guys trying to figure out what the issue was, but I tried a bunch of different browsers. It wasn't working. So we'll have to figure that out tomorrow. But yeah, we're getting close to the Steelers now. I'm going to go see what rumors we're going to have here. So tried two different browsers.
So what did we decide for Seattle while I was gone?
I still think it's JPJ or Fratanu, like interior of the O line. I think they need to do. But Dallas Turner being here is kind of a curveball.
So
Dallas Turner has to go to Jacksonville if he doesn't go here.
They had so much success with Caleb on Chase on us, that outside pass rusher on the outside, that highly athletic one. That worked out so well for him.
Well, yeah, Trayvon Walker worked out great too.
Did you see all that stuff about Troy Fatanu and a degenerative knee thing getting flagged?
No, I didn't.
Albert Breer had it in there that they had some issues with his knees. Some teams did. So that's one I think might drop a ways here. We'll see. This could be the pick right here, right? And
Same thing goes for Dallas Turner. Apparently some medicals popped up, red flags for him.
Gets you every time.
And that's maybe what's happening right now.
Why are we still on commercials? Or okay, I see. This is a Seattle video.
Spoiler alert, it was no one we talked about.
Oh my God. Byron Murphy. Be a Texas guy.
He got his Justin Matabuke.
How are you this far ahead of me? Like Goodell is walking up now still.
Holy shit. We have a trade to announce.
What's the trade?
Vikings just traded up with the Jags.
Really?
Yeah.
They're gonna take Dallas Turner.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Because Danielle Hunter left and Jonathan Grenard is good, but not that good.
Oh, dude, I guessed. I just saw that as Byron Murphy, by the way.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I guessed. So that's great. Texas going in the first half of the draft. I like it.
Yeah, he got his Justin Matabuke type. I like it.
I'm going to reset this and see if I can catch up to you on time here. I'm resetting everything. I reset my computer twice to try to get on FP. It just wasn't working. It was I had the problem before. It was a program that I had open. So yeah, this is that's a good pick because look, I still hold to the defensive line, or the offensive line is the issue in Seattle, right? Because if you want to make this run game outstanding, you need to take O-lineman. But Mike McDonald's a defensive head coach here, right? Mm-hmm. He watches Byron Murphy, and this is a guy he has to have. I understand that too, because the interior tackles right now, it's Jaron Reed, Draymond Jones, Hankins, Miles Adams. Like they did draft Cam Young in the 4th round last year, but obviously they're replacing a lot up top, so not surprising. But this has to be Turner.
So they give up 23, a 5th, a 3rd rounder next year, and a 4th rounder next year to move up 6 spots.
3rd and a 4th.
So you had to get ahead of Cincinnati, who we expect to take defense or O-line. The Rams are taking something, I assume, on the line. Miami's taking an edge player, so I get why they did this. Yeah.
I mean, this is when we look at, let's pop over to the Vikings. depth chart once again here. When we look at the Vikings, it's, they lost, as you said, you lose Danielle Hunter, right? I deleted my ad block, so I get all these stupid ads coming up here. But it's Jonathan Bullard and Jonathan Grenard, Jihad Ward, and Jonah Williams. The other Jonah Williams, right? Not the offensive lineman Jonah Williams. So, to me, maybe it's not Dallas Turner. Maybe it's Jared Verse, right? If the medicals thing is true here. So, are we off? Are we on the right position here? You're still ahead of me. I can see you writing.
We are correct.
Right. We are correct.
Okay. So it's Turner then, huh? Boy, the camera guy almost made me Ralph there. That was
like a roller
weird,
coaster.
Right? Yeah. Dallas Turner.
You know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say it right now. I don't necessarily understand them going Turner here. It feels really redundant.
Redundant?
Grenard.
Yeah, but who's on the other side of Grenard? They lost Danielle Hunter and DJ Wanham.
Yeah, but they need a push on that side. Not another version of Jonathan Grenard. You have no edge setter now.
Third down. Well, Bullard's the edge setter.
Yeah. Unless you think Dallas Turner can do both, then cool. But
he might be good enough to do both.
I love how the thing I love about Dallas Turner is you are getting 110% every play. Watch how far he will run to the outside. Like he is going full bore. He will chase down plays all over the field.
Yeah, you lost Hunter, Davenport, and Wanham.
Right.
So
I understood it.
Yeah, you got to add at this spot.
Oh my God.
They do not look excited at all.
Apparently, Kirk Cousins didn't know that we were taking Michael Penix.
Oh, was he upset?
I'm not sure. Daniel Jeremiah just said he didn't know.
Well, nobody knew.
But otherwise,
you're the only one that knew, Xavier. You and the 8 people in the room. That's a nuts pick, dude. And by the way, you trade here. You get in front of Cincinnati, who is interested in trading Trey Hendrickson because they could be taking edge. I know this is where you had Murphy going initially, right? In your last mock, right? CK was to Cincy.
Yeah, this is where I always had Byron Murphy going for a while with Cincy. So
yeah, I had him going to the Rams, so we're not too far off.
Yep. I think I had Johnny Newton going to. We all are in the same basic thought there, right? Like we all think the same here. But I could see them. Yeah, I could see Jared Verse going here. I still think I'd go O-line here, right? Cincinnati, we've talked about it a million times. Who we still have left.
Picks. So you get McCarthy and Dallas Turner.
Right?
That's not a bad first round, dude. The Vikings are sitting pretty right now.
Some people had his edge 1, so I love it. I love it for them. I think they did a really good job.
So Jacksonville moves behind Philly. I'm assuming we haven't had any corners go off the board, right?
No corners.
Philly is over here licking their chops if they somehow find themselves in Quinyon Mitchell territory.
I don't think Jacksonville minds it, though. I don't think Jacksonville minds being behind Philly.
I don't think so either.
I think they'd be fine with Terry and Arnold.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because Pittsburgh, we don't think. I mean, I guess they could take a corner. We've talked about it before.
Miami could.
I don't think so.
I've talked. We talked about this, Scott and I, in our 2-hour-long defensive podcast.
I listened. Of course, I listened. They know that.
They very well could.
This, Cincy is the corners are bad. Like you can really, when we look at Cincy, they can go wherever they want with this pick. So, let me see here. All right. So O-line, I mean, look, Trent Brown is not a permanent option here, right? So take a guy like Amarius Mims, maybe he could slide over to the left, push Brown to right, like whatever. Like O-line is big here. But if you don't have Hendrickson, it's Miles Murphy, Cam Sample, Jeff Gunter, Joe Asai. Like there's not a lot behind Trey Hendrickson. So edge rusher here. Interior of the defensive line,
also
Johnny
good.
Newton still on the board.
Yeah.
Also could be an option. But corner, like this is bad. Cam Taylor-Britt, DJ Turner, Mike Hilton. Like Mike Hilton is your best corner with a bullet, and he's old. So DJ Turner is just fast. He couldn't do anything else. The safety situation they saw because they started Hill and Battle last year. Battle was good. Hill was not good. So Bell and Stone to replace that, but there are issues here. So
they got to get younger on defense. I mean, at the end of the day, you've kind of mortgaged your defense over the last few years to maximize an offense that obviously hasn't been able to stay healthy. So at some point, you got to say, you let Jesse Bates walk. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson is talking about trading, wanting to trade away. So, I mean,
that's right. She doesn't like the Bengals either.
Star of the show here.
She's been here for all the conversations, every single second of tape watch. She's probably sat right next to me. So, hey,
So she knows. Oh. She's like, if they don't take Quinyon Mitchell, they're idiots.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So
yeah, there's definitely some. If she could talk, I can only imagine the type of things she would tell people.
Is there any chance this is Brian Thomas and let the trade T Higgins tomorrow or day 3,
or they just don't trade? Or there's a chance. There's definitely a chance. Personally, I take Adonai Mitchell, but
they can take Graham Barton because the Steelers want him.
A real middle finger to your competition.
Fine by me. I want JPJ.
Oh, true.
I don't mind. There are so many good picks on the board for Pittsburgh here. I really don't care where they go.
Because 6 quarterbacks went off the board already. All those teams in the middle are like, we love this. We love this.
Oh, man. It's funny. I'm so mad that I went over and left for a couple picks to do this, and then none of it worked. So
all we did was talk to Dad about you while you were gone, but we had to stop when you came back.
Yeah, I came back early too, probably mid-sentence. So
yep,
I definitely can't go back and watch it. So that's
CK,
too bad.
You know the pick already?
I know the pick? I do not. Right? Nope, I'm not that far ahead. And I'm trying not to spoil myself on the Twitter.
No, you haven't spoiled anything.
Look, honestly, I'm not saying anything. It got spoiled by the most random of accounts for me just a second ago, but it's neither here nor there. I'm not gonna say it, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying it because.
Is it a surprise? It's got to be one of the positions we mentioned.
We talked about edge, corner,
O-line,
wide receiver, O-line. So it is one of the positions we talked about.
What's left? Okay. It's not a linebacker.
I was going to say, CK, I don't know. There's
they take Junior Colston. I'm going to be laughing pretty hard here.
Not a linebacker. They didn't take Spencer Rattler here to back up Joe Burrow. Shocking.
Stop it.
No, they actually just gave Browning money.
Yeah, they did. They just signed him to an exclusive rights. Yeah.
So who is upset about their picks here? Is anyone upset in the chat here about their team's selections?
If you're Falcons fans, you need to talk to me. We can talk on the side. I'll come at you later.
Look at that Jacksonville pick. It said through Cleveland, Houston, Minnesota, and now it's Jacksonville. That pick has been traded 4 times.
Oh, hold on. Where is this guy? Where is Locked On Falcons podcast? Because he lambasted me on Twitter the other day.
Xavier, keeping those receipts.
Xavier, checking receipts.
Oh, dude, he killed me on Twitter yesterday. He was like, "There's just no way." He was like, "You're just reaching for straws. I can't stand you, Twitter guys."
And you're over there.
All I kept saying was the people I've talked to, they say they really like Penix. They really love Penix. They really like Penix. And they're just like, that doesn't mean we're going to pick him just because we really like him. I was like, okay.
Here comes Roger. God, he does. There looks like there's a hitch in his giddy up is really what I'm seeing. Not so much that he's slow. Yeah, when didn't J.C. Latham popped all of his sutures?
He's an interesting prospect. He's got a ton of upside.
Marius Mims.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm ahead of it now. Yeah, I got it. That's so of the tackles, Mims has the most upside, right?
Now I really want JPJ, but I like
so.
Barton too. So either way is fine. This dude's a monster. I would have loved to have the Georgia tackles.
I think
Roger Jones and that'd been dope.
Hopefully he sucks though. He's a bang. Now I don't like him.
Hilarious.
Instant hate.
Right.
If that's what you needed. So let's talk about. I mean, there's not much worth trading back up into the first round for now, right? Now as the quarterbacks are gone, I mean, sure, there's wide receivers to trade for.
You got other than
those teams right there are gonna take wide receivers.
Let's see who pulls the trigger. If somebody pulls the trigger on Verse.
By the way, Verse falling. CK.
You're right.
He's probably not going to fall to 27, but he is falling. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go here to the Rams.
I was going to say,
this is
Johnny Newton or Verse here.
Yeah, one of them for sure has to be.
If they take a cornerback, I'm going back to all those times when I say cornerback was the biggest need.
Dude, look at how big Amarius Mims. He looks like a different species than all the people in that room. He's so enormous.
6'7",
There's a picture. Dude, there's a picture of him sitting with Ryan Wilson and then the former GM of the Vikings, Rick Spielman. Yeah, and he makes them look like little children sitting next to them. And those, I mean, Spielman's not small. His brother was a linebacker in the NFL forever. So, yeah, it's just it's interesting to see. This is like you bet Johnny Newton and all of your money on it, right?
You have not. I mean, what we got.
Is there a red flag with Johnny Newton that we're not? I guess you said the Jones fracture.
Jones fracture. Yeah.
So he didn't work out in anything at all.
I think he did his pro day, but
yeah.
I mean, if it is Johnny
good
Newton,
enough to do stuff, then you're probably fine to play.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Johnny Newton, but you can make a case for Jared Verse. You can make a case for any of the corners.
Yep.
Any of the corners. Quinion Mitchell could go here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Any of the corners.
I'm just waiting for the first one to come off the board because I feel like once they do, the stretch run will begin. But Embiid had 50 tonight. Wow. Well, I said they
won. Bucks winning.
You said who winning?
The Bucks. Are they on? Are they winning?
Bucks do not play tonight.
Oh, they didn't play tonight. Okay, that's
good. They play tomorrow at 5:30. What a weird time. We've got Lakers Nuggets on right now. Well, yes. 76ers beat Knicks and Orlando beat the Cavs.
Am I the only one weirded out that the Rams have a first round pick? How long has it been?
Like 2,300 days or something like that. I saw.
Trade out.
That'd be amazing. Keep it going.
T. Higgins traded. Brandon Ayuk traded to the Rams. Nothing there, by the way. Bo Nix and Zach Wilson.
People are pissed about us not going defense.
Well, the draft is not over.
I say there's a lot of rounds left here.
Yeah.
This is what's called growth. Okay. As a kid, I used to be extremely upset about my team not taking somebody in the first round, right? Now I'm like, look, the draft is really made rounds 2 through 4 anyways. So yeah.
All right, the pick is in. I'll say Verse. I'll change it up here. I'll say Verse. CK?
I'll go Quinion Mitchell. I was big in corner early, and I got off of it. I'll go Quinion Mitchell to break it up here.
Xavier?
Let's go Jerjon Newton just to change it up.
Johnny Newton. All right, so we got a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, I was like, let's just cover the board here. All right.
Here goes Terrion Arnold. The Vikings have 3 picks in next year's draft.
A first and 2 fifths. Going to be a rousing draft next year, guys. I'll lock it in. I mean, Yeah, if you're the Vikings, you came out feeling great, right?
You got your quarterback and you got an edge for a long time. You still have your first next year. You can always trade back, and
there'll be a huge trade back candidate, and more importantly, because you were able to get your quarterback with nothing. Who's going to be making nothing? You can extend Jettas now with no conversation.
Yes, which they should have done a while ago.
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's get the pick. Enough pandering, enough filibustering. Pick.
Enough filibustering.
My pick is up at so the next pick is the only one I don't want spoiled. Obviously, for my team. Come on. ESPN must be on a commercial because they're just showing Charles Davis and Joe Klatt talking here. There we go. Look at that season from Puka. 1,486 yards. You're only beating that in Madden. There's 3 guys that could do it this year. Verse. All right. So he did not fall to 27.
Did we expect him to?
That's what I had in my 7-rounder. I just had edge fall, which it did, by the way, but not
quite that far.
Not quite that far.
So now, what do the Dolphins do?
New.
Because the thought was always
they lost Wilkins.
Edge. Yeah. Go
It's
Johnny Newton.
It's going to be Graham Barton or JPJ.
Yeah, I think they just go O-line.
Yeah. Oh, please continue to push this D tackle class into the late 20s. I will happily trade back up to go get one.
The stupid Packers just going to sit there and take Johnny Newton at pick 25 or whatever they are. That's crazy. Dude, the Steelers are about to take Tyler.
It's probably going to fall to Baltimore.
So mad.
Johnny Newton's probably going to fall to Baltimore, right?
And they'll just take him. Best player, right? So stupid. God, I hate it. All right, just don't take Guyton.
Not a Tyler Guyton fan?
Don't take the Sooner on my team in the first round.
Oh, boy.
The Sooner replaces the Aggie? I hate all of it. No thanks.
Steelers pick live.
Can we just oh, of course we have to have a commercial. And I think the pick is in already, and they're going to commercial. Oh, no, there's the timer. 6 minutes. They're going to trade back. I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to be mad at everything. I'm just going to be mad. I know it.
What did you say the line was for wide receivers in the first round? 8.5?
Yes. No, it was a prop. It was 5 quarterbacks taken and 8. It was 5 quarterbacks and 8 wide receivers taken in the first round. I think it was plus 460.
Yeah, you're not getting 8. I don't think we're getting 8 now. We're at 3 still, right?
I mean, you can get to 8 still. You've got. Let's see. Let's see the teams that could do it. Jacksonville, Dallas could if they wanted to. Arizona might. Again.
That'd be great.
Buffalo definitely.
Baltimore
could.
Kansas City. How many are we at? Is that 8?
Kansas City. I'm at 6. I'm at 6 plus the 3 already now. So that's 9.
So you're at 9.
Yeah.
It's possible, I suppose.
Not to mention, I also think San Fran will as well because Brandon Ayuk is not going to be able to be paid next year.
Kirk Cousins shocked and disappointed.
He's going to retire tomorrow.
What did you think was going to happen, brother? Did you think
do you think they paid you all of that money and they're not going to play you? I mean, what are we talking about here? All right. Let me look at something here. I'm all frazzled after I didn't get to go on the other thing here. I restarted my computer twice, so I lost all my pages that I had up and stuff. All right. So where are we putting Bowers in Vegas? For Dynasty, is he immediately the number 1 corner? Or tight end, excuse me?
Yes.
2.
Behind
Laporta.
Okay, fair.
Laporta is fair. And I think I had him 3. I had McBride ahead of him. And McBride had 81 catches and 825 yards with Clayton Tune throwing him the ball half the year last year, right?
Yep.
So I'm Bowers is amazing. And I could easily put him ahead of McBride, but I think he's in that group. He's definitely in that top tier group. If TJ Hawkinson wasn't hurt, he would be up there as well. So
question is, how far do you drop Michael Mayer?
Man, okay, so I had Mayer coming in at 16. So I mean, just you remember what happened to David Njoku for years, right?
Yep. Held him on my bench, and he sucked, and I cut him, and then he was good. Yep.
And that was for Harrison Bryant, right? And Harrison Bryant ain't Brock Bowers. So I'm assuming that Bowers is just a slot receiver now, that like he may even lose tight end eligibility eventually. But okay, here we go. Pittsburgh. 275,000 fans in attendance at tonight's draft. 275,000. That many people don't show up for the Pope, right?
Depends what city you're in, I suppose.
I guess, yeah. I was gonna say, probably.
But I bet
on that one.
275,000. I bet you there are less than 130,000 people total in Green Bay. Now, obviously, they're not all coming from Detroit, but that's probably double the size of Green Bay.
How many people are in the state of Wisconsin? Good Lord, that is so. Look at that. It looks like Woodstock. They were more spread out. 275. All right, just announced my pick. Graham Barton is fine. Graham Barton covers multiple spots on the O-line. I would like to know what they're going to do with him immediately. And I would prefer him at tackle, to be honest, because I just don't want Dan Moore starting. But it's Nick Herbig starting at center right now. Look at that. Pull up the Steelers depth chart here. Or Nate Herbig, I mean. Yeah, Nate Herbig. But the wide receivers are bad. So Brian Thomas isn't a bad option, although that's not what I want because, you know, Xavier, you watched watched a couple of years of Arthur Smith. It's not like they throw to more than one wideout in this system.
For
sure.
So
Pickens is the guy. Van Jefferson, Quez Watkins. I don't like them at 2 and 3. Calvin Austin will work in there as well. Potentially a slot option.
He'll play in there. Will he really work in there? He'll play there.
Yeah. Well, you know. What he should do is go to where's Matt Canada now? That's where he should go. He can run wide receiver reverses all day. I mean, I think they said the Falcons ran 1 wide receiver reverse last year, and I was like, thank God. Oh, Big Cam. Big Cam coming up to announce the pick.
Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner.
That's right.
That's why he gets to do it.
And of course, I complain about the speeches, and it's my team that gets a speech before they're picked.
Facts. That's his life.
I think that's the second Walter Payton, too, by the way. Let's go, Big Cam. Tell me it's JPJ.
Tyler Guyton. What?
Fuck off. You dick.
Oh, man.
That was perfect, though.
Thank you.
Let's go. Out of way, Cam. Fatanu. All right. Please play tackle. Please play left tackle. Because I do not want Dan Moore there. Boy, his family seems really happy. Oh no, why does his family look so upset? This must be this must be from when he was on the phone. Why did they look so mad? Explosive hips, hands, Elijah Vera Tucker. He'll probably he's gonna start a tackle at least for this team, you know. And hopefully Zach Frazier falls in the second. That's what I'm hoping for. Van Pran, there's other centers to be had. That's okay. I still probably would have liked Barton or JPJ better, but
so tell me why you would have liked Barton better. Because I feel like with Fatanu, I feel like the only reason why he wasn't taken higher is because people kicked him inside.
Yeah, but I think on this team he plays tackle.
Really?
Okay. You try him at tackle. You at least try him out there.
And I don't know if this is how they announced him, but it says tackle on the screen, right? So they might have picked him as a tackle, which is important for his slot money and all of that crap. So maybe he does get kicked inside, but it's because the weakness of the O-line is at left tackle and center. So that's if he's going to play guard, because we have Siamalu at left guard.
That's fair. Yeah.
He had the shoulder injury last year, which is why he didn't play as well, but he played through it. James Daniels was a high-rated guard. So it's Nate Herbig at center. And they also like this guy, Spencer Anderson. Tomlin recently said he has the intelligence to play center. So he might be an option too. But it's Dan Moore. It's Dan Moore against Myles Garrett and Sam Hubbard and whoever the Ravens are throwing at him every year. It's really about how Moore cannot handle Myles Garrett. No one can, but
that's a big ask.
It is, but he is not even getting in the way, right? So this next pick is Barton or JPJ, 100%, right? I mean, I like line for this team, but Jordan Morgan is on the board as well here. I heard the Dolphins like him. So
I think it's
interesting here.
I think it's got to be Graham Barton.
I'm just glad the was addressed.
Oh my God! When you picked quarterback,
what was that?
Whoa.
My bad. I was watching. Yeah. Look, I just got caught up on Twitter. And I was like, "What is this video?" It was like,
Xavier's over there still watching Falcons Twitter, reacting to Penix. Are you laughing at all of them,
dude? It's. Look, I like I said, once I'm done, we're done with the first round, I'm gonna hop back in that Falcon space that I know that will still be going. And they're gonna be like, Zay.
Wow. Watch all the panickers.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully by that time people have calmed down. But I doubt it.
My buddy Dan, who I believe I mentioned once on the podcast, big Dolphins fan, just texted me. Pick wasn't so fast. Has to be Chop.
Chop.
Ooh.
That's what he said. Had to be Chop.
I like, Chop's not a bad pick either. Although I just don't know. Is the value? I think if you want Chop, do you think you can move down?
Yes. But also
Tampa Bay and Arizona are the problem.
Yeah. I was gonna say you can't necessarily just move down and hope with edge needy teams still being there.
Yeah, let's go take a look at the Dolphins roster here. And by the way, Brian Thomas still on the board.
All the corners.
100% of cornerbacks are on the board still. Honestly, that's what you're going to get teams trading up for at the end here.
Well, Philly's going to take one next, right? Philly has to take
for sure. Yeah, and the best one is on the roster still. This is where I had corners slipping a little bit in my mock, and I had the Lions trading up because the Lions are a team that doesn't have a ton of needs And if their number 1 CB is still on the board, great. But I mean, if you're 1, 2, 3, and 4 are still on the board, then who cares? Just sit back and take whoever you're gonna take. But yeah, this is. I think it's not surprising how many O linemen have gone. So Alt, Latham, Fashanu, Fuanga, and Mims, and Fatanu. So that's 6. And the line, what was the line again? Was it 10.5 or 11.5?
Doesn't he like Geisen?
Yes.
All the players.
10.5?
I think it was 10.5. Yeah. Yeah, Steelers are picking 20 a bunch, Barrow, because they keep barely making the playoffs and getting drummed out by 30 in the first round. So that's it was the Bills this year. It was the Chiefs last year. The Browns the year before that. So there are no playoffs the year before that, and the year before that, the Browns. I don't know. I block it all out of my memory. Losing to the Browns in the playoffs is not fun. I think this is Barton or JPJ. I don't hate Chop though, and I'm sure the Miami fans are more plugged in than I am to what Miami wants. But this is who we taking today, Ty Hill. I bet that's the most he's thought about the draft in the offseason. It's just tweeting that.
Well, he's got to take care of his 10 children, so it's a little busy. He's a little busy.
You think Tyreek knew the draft was today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Probably not. Come on. Why is there so much filibustering? Did y'all not sell enough ads time? Let's go. Here he is. Let's go. Come on, Roger. And what are these? I mean, I guess Jacksonville, Dallas, Tampa Bay, the Cardinals, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, all could be taking weapons.
Yeah, CK, your guy called it.
I know.
Wow, Chop. All right.
Nice.
People are pretty tuned into their own team stuff usually.
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
Yeah. Chop. Okay. Yeah, it had to be addressed. It really did, because they have nothing. It's Shaq Barrett, who's 100, is the only guy that's going to be good for week 1. So
hell, how low do people? You know what I find funny? I felt like Quinyon Mitchell was getting an unnecessary push to the top 10 to add diversity to the draft, and now you see not a single corner go before pick 22.
yeah, this is. I mean, Philly gets whoever they want here.
Philly can sit here and get not move at all, and get Quinyon Mitchell. That is fantastic value. And Howie Roseman, I'm not gonna say you've done it again because you didn't really do anything, but congratulations.
Dallas is definitely not taking one, right? So, I mean, I guess they could, because Cook's in it's Jalen Tolbert, but it's like the O line is so bad.
Yeah, but
they got to fix it.
You know what's funny? I did think that there was a slim chance that the Cowboys could go quarterback in this draft with the whole Dak situation. That's dead now, but still. I mean, if you don't want to pay CeeDee Lamb, I guess you can go receiver here if you want to. You got a lot of people to pay. You ain't got a lot of money to do it. So,
yeah. I mean, it had to be addressed. I'm telling you, it's like, look at this roster. It's Shaq Barrett, and Jalen Phillips tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
You know, and then Bradley Chubb tore up his knee.
Yeah.
So,
and then the thing about Chop, and I think this is something that people will miss, but is extremely important when you talk about
just
Chop.
So raw, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so you can really mold him in what you want to. So maybe you come into the year.
It's a good way to look at it.
You come into the year, you know, they're going to play a very Fangio-like defense. They all, you know, that's where they've succeeded. He can be your outside linebacker there and succeed there if that's what you wanted to do. Or in early parts of the year when you're waiting for those guys that we mentioned to get back healthy, you allow him to sit there and put his hand in the dirt. Regardless, you're getting a freak athlete who's going to learn from another freak athlete in Shaq Barrett. So, yeah, I mean, Look. I'll give it to you this way. Chop Robinson has no excuse not to learn anything.
Yeah, be learning on the job. That's for sure.
You got Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, and Shaq Barrett, bro. If you don't learn anything, you just weren't in the room with the guys at that point. So,
who are we going with for Philly here?
Quinyon.
We got CK.
Terry and Arnold.
Terry Arnold fits them more. Quinyon is just the higher upside.
How many total snaps do you think? I like it. How many total snaps do you think Chop Robinson took in 3 years of college?
Like 700.
Yeah, I was gonna say 650.
1,021. It's actually higher than that. Higher than I thought it was.
Way higher. Why isn't he better then? With that much experience, I mean, it seemed like Adisa Isaac played better than him the last year. You know. Yeah. I mean, all the talent.
A total of 10 sacks in 3 seasons,
there for sure.
10 total sacks. Like Delatu had more sacks last year.
Wow.
I like Chop too. I get like everything you guys say. It's still too early for me.
I thought so too. Yeah. When Verse went, that was kind of it. So, because he didn't go. We don't have anyone falling at edge, do we?
No,
because Verse, Latu, and Turner all went.
Yep.
So it's like Chop, Darius Robinson, Trice.
Yep.
You know, Nealon, Braswell, all those guys. No corners have gone. I mean, these picks are in so far, and then we have these guys filibustering for 10 minutes. It's like the GMs want to go home, and the TV guys are like, let's slow this down. We gotta stay on until midnight. So who's trading back up and who trades out?
I think.
What are they trading back up for?
Corner.
Because they're available or a wideout.
But there's so many of them left still.
I mean, yeah, really there are. I mean, at this
wideout.
I mean, you could trade up to get Georgian.
I think if you trade back up here, it's either Newton, because that's the only one left, or an offensive tackle, like a lineman. All the corners are left. All the receivers, other than the top 3, which we knew were going to go early, are still left.
Yeah, Barton, Morgan, Guyton.
Suamatea.
Yeah, Kingsley, right. JPJ, still available. Man. 14 straight offensive players. That's how we started.
Yep.
We've had 5 defensive players all on the line. The Latu, Verse, Dallas Turner, and Chop, and then Byron Murphy.
Yeah. Wow.
Crazy.
Let's go. You are not going to a commercial before this pick, are they?
No.
Okay. I don't like that guy with the weird mask. I don't like that. Do you guys see him? That mask was a bit much. Why? Holy crap. There must just be a green light. I was like, all those jerseys look blue and now they look green, but it's just the lights from the thing. Dude, how much are those tickets inside there?
I don't think they sold tickets this year.
I know they typically don't, but
no, they typically do.
What do you have to do to get in the building then?
You either well, in the couple of drafts I went to, you either have to buy a ticket in advance, or you do raffles, and they do like text raffles where they'll text you when you can come and get a seat. So yeah, at least that's what's been the situation for me. Oh, the parlay keeps its feet. Oh, I didn't tell Bogdan about the parlay, CK.
What was it?
So I've got hold on, let me read it back to you because I need to read it. I hedged a bet early. Hold on. I've got a parlay cooking up on FanDuel right now. That was Marvin Harrison first wide receiver taken.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Alt first lineman taken. Quinyon Mitchell first corner taken. Junior Colson, first linebacker taken. Benjamin Sanat, second tight end taken.
Wow.
Tyler Nubin, first safety.
What is this pay?
$1,400.
Oh my God, $10.
Yep.
You might get it.
Correct.
He's giving a speech here. This is Jordan Mailata
in Australia.
The parlay continues parlaying, fellas. The parlay continues parlaying. Oh, I just realized it would almost be impossible for me not to make money tonight. Sweet. Yeah.
All right, I gotta help mom with something real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
You're good, man. Yeah.
So how many parts of that parlay have you hit?
3.
3?
So it's 3 on a 6-legger.
So you're half there.
Yeah, so I need 2 on the 6-legger. So the only thing I haven't happened yet in the first round that I'm a little worried about is Jerjon Newton.
Has to go in the first round anywhere? Just has to go?
Just has to go in the first round. And then the other 2 aspects of it are Junior Colson, first linebacker, Tyler Nubin, first safety, and then Benjamin Sanat, second tight end.
So you just need him to go ahead of Jatavian Sanders, basically. Because I like those other ones. I think Colson and Nubin happen.
Well, Sanat is second tight end taken, so he can go after Sanders. He just can't go before Sanders.
What about Brock Bowers?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I completely.
I was like, wait, does that not count?
Yes. So yes, he has to go before. He has to go before Sanders. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got to get Johnny Newton taken for you tonight here, bud.
Yep.
I think it happens.
If Johnny Newton gets taken tonight, I feel real comfortable about tomorrow. Unless somebody just pulls the Jatavian Sanders move already. So.
Okay, I got to drop Quinion Mitchell in here.
Oh no! Yeah, that's hilarious.
Are you still watching Falcons Twitter?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. This is going to be an all-night thing.
Nice. Drop in. Post.
Okay, we're not too far away from CK, we've got 2 picks left for you?
Yep. 2 picks left. Jacksonville, Dallas.
Yep.
Green Bay. I'm thinking Grant Barton. They just love taking the best offensive lineman and finding a spot for him. That's kind of their thing. That's the current thought here. Although I know everybody expects it to be Cooper DeJean just because they love white Iowa players.
Yes.
So, I mean, I'd be fine with that. With Xavier McKinney back there at safety, I think Cooper DeJean probably plays like a slot
for sure.
safety for them, essentially. So, yeah. I'm liking it. All those quarterbacks that went early, helping drop down the talent pool. Jair Alexander, that's their comp for Quinion Mitchell. Yeah, I get it, I guess. Smooth off coverage. That's because he only played off coverage in the MAC. So who's the cornerback on the other side in Philadelphia? Is Slay still there? Right?
Yep.
Darius Slay. Interesting. He was so good at. Did you go to the Senior Bowl this year? You went last year, right?
Yes, I went last year. I did not go this year.
You didn't go
we were in the middle of a move.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
Yeah, but I did go last year. Yeah, I did go last year. I did let a friend of a friend go in my place. So
nice.
Yeah, they got to see Quinion in person. I remember him calling me on the phone after that practice and was like, "Bro, he's an Eagles fan." He's like, "I think we got our guy."
Nice.
I was like, "Really?"
Nice.
He was like, unless Quinion Mitchell gets way too much hype, and he was terrified. Middle of March, he was like, "He's got too much hype." He was like, "We got our guy." He was like, "This is it."
I never thought he would fall this far, but yeah.
Same.
Jacksonville's pick is in. This is pretty easy. Terrion Arnold, right?
Should be.
I mean, Newton wouldn't be bad either.
I read the smoke on them going up into the top 10 to take a receiver. And then I texted Bogman and I said, that makes no sense to me. So it makes perfect sense for the Jaguars because nothing they do makes any sense to me ever.
They signed Gabe Davis and Devin Duvernay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Or
that's true.
Duvernay, as every broadcaster would say for no reason at all. So,
Did Tony Khan break his
Duvernay.
neck? Why does his? You guys are probably behind this. His neck is. He's in a. He looks like he must have broke his neck or something. He's
By
got
the
one of
way-
those whiplash things on.
He did a spot in WrestleMania. I don't know.
reading what the my Steelers podcast have been tweeting. It says look for Troy Fatanu to play center.
Whoa.
So
Kick him
we'll
off.
see.
That's interesting. Over JPJ or Graham Barton, who both have center
Center
experience.
experience, right?
Yeah.
Did Detroit play center? Am I missing something?
No,
Okay, I didn't think so.
Barton played it as a freshman and then kicked out to tackle.
Yeah, kind of surprising. I'm gonna. That was from Jeff Schwartz, I think, who used to be an O lineman and now does stuff for the Giants, or is a reporter somewhere.
If he's the best guy, then
yeah, that's the spot I want.
Yeah.
I want that spot before, like, even though Dan Moore has been bad, Mason Cole was on the ground all year. Kendrick Green was on the ground all year before that. So
Martavis Bryant Jr. just got drafted.
Like I said, I don't get it at all. I just whatever.
Martavis Bryant Jr. just got drafted. People, let's go to work, boys.
Brian Thomas. Well, Martavis Bryant was really, really good until he just could not stop smoking weed. So
Good call.
and he's on the Cowboys again, by the way. He signed a deal there. Yeah, he's on their roster. So
Well, I mean, they can use more receiver help.
take it easy, Toph. Thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate you. Wow. Why do you sign Gabe Davis if you're just going to draft Brian Thomas? Are you running just Madden plays? Is it all streaks?
Yeah.
Just chuck it deep, Trevor.
They're bound and determined to make this money they spent on Christian Kirk work. That's what it is. It's like, all right, we're going to take the two fastest MFers we can, put them on the outside, make them run go routes, and then everything's going to be open over the middle for Christian Kirk and Zay Jones. Like, what else are you doing? I don't understand this pick at all. All right, Cowboy time. Cowboys are up. I mean,
My girlfriend,
this has to be Graham Barton.
my girlfriend is a Cowboys fan, so
She locked in,
It's
like everybody else.
locked in is a nice term. She's probably more scared of anything. Than doing some absolute BS. I don't know. Darius Robinson here, lock it in.
Darius Robinson over Johnny Newton.
I mean, it's the Cowboys. They took Mozzie Smith when I
They did.
Yeah,
Yes, they did.
So, yeah. You know,
so Graham Barton. Graham Barton can do he can fill in multiple spots for them. And what I did for them in my mock for the Cowboys was I gave them Graham Barton here, and then I gave them Patrick Paul in the second.
ooh, okay.
So you fix that center and that left tackle spot immediately. Right.
And you protect the eventual $60 million man in Dak Prescott.
That's
your
right.
JPJ.
JPJ's not bad either.
My girlfriend just viscerally gagged when I said the future $60 million man in Dak Prescott.
She doesn't like Dak?
She hates Dak.
I'll take Dak. You know what? Have a couple years of goddamn Kenny Pickett and then tell me how much you love Dak Prescott. Okay.
All right, but when you're in QB purgatory, you can't say you take X guy. That's not fair.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yeah, yes, you can. I can say without a doubt, you should be happy for the guy you have because it could be way worse. You could have had Justin Fields and Kenny Pickett and all these other damn clowns that don't work. Desmond Ridder. You more than anyone, Xavier, should know how bad it is when you don't have a QB. You go from having a Hall of Famer in Matt Ryan to Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke.
We 100% agree. At the same time, give me Desmond Ridder. At least I know I can tank out.
Yeah, you could be the Broncos. You think the Broncos wouldn't murder people for Dak Prescott right now?
Yeah,
they wouldn't have had to spend their 12th pick on Bo Nix.
Bo Nix, Paxton Lynch in years prior, Brock Osweiler.
Paxton Lynch.
Paxton Lynch.
Paxton Lynch, yeah.
Give me Tebow.
Tebow.
Ask a Browns fan if they think Dak Prescott is good, right?
Because
they're going to say no. They're going to say no.
Yeah, they're still so delusional when it comes to Deshaun Watson.
Dude, Baker Mayfield should have had roads named after him in Cleveland. He got them to the playoffs. He beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh, and they peddled him off like he was yesterday's trash to bring in a sexual assaulter. It makes no sense to me at all what the Browns are doing. It's worse than what Jacksonville's doing. Easily.
What is Jacksonville doing?
And the worst part is the Browns have a good coach. They have a good team.
Yeah.
They have a very good team and a city that deserves to see a win. I'm not hating on Browns fans here at all. They deserve it. My team has won a bunch. I know I'm probably going in the dirt without any more. I get it. That's karma. But I mean, the Browns, those people have been miserable for so long. They deserve it. And you're right here. You're in the window. You're on the doorstep, and they can't get it. Dak Prescott could send that team to the Super Bowl this year.
They saved my organization. Her response to Dak Prescott could get them to the Super Bowl. He said, "Yeah, by buying them tickets."
Okay. It is the Cowboys.
I mean, I will say this, and this is not, and this is a knock on Dak, but I don't know a quarterback who's maybe had more help than him and succeeded less. Just putting it out there. I don't know how many times you can give me a top 10 defense. We also led the league in sacks at one point. We led the league we had a top 5 cornerback room at one point. We also had receivers galore when we had CD and Amari Cooper. I gave you Jason Witten to start your career off. There's a lot of guys that I gave you help with, and the best we've done is what? And
took John Elway a long time to win.
Have they made the NFC Championship game?
Nope.
Yeah. And you lost
John Elway a long time to win.
Yeah, but John Elway wasn't losing to Jordan Love.
Dan Marino never won.
Well, that's the different conversation. Dan Marino still took.
Look, I'm not saying that Dak isn't a choke artist.
Dak in year 1.
Dak is a choke artist. Oh, the Cowboys trade with the Lions here. This is Terrion Arnold.
This is a corner. This is
Terrion Arnold. Dude, I had this in my mock. Yes, I didn't. I had them trading with Miami, not with Dallas, but I had this in my mock.
Hold on, I want to see how my other Cowboys fans are feeling.
What does it cost?
Got to be like a third, right? No, that may be a little bit too rich.
7th round pick. So they gave up. So the Lions get the 24th pick and a 7th round pick next year for a 29 and a 3rd round pick.
So they did give up.
Wow, it cost a third to move up. Kind of expensive. What did I have? I want to see what I had in my mock. And the invite's coming in a second, Chad. I got you for the Packers pick. Let me look at this. What the fuck is wrong with this? Come on. There we go. Sorry.
I think he was a 4th round pick, Barrow. Pretty sure it was actually the 4th round.
I had so to move up 8 spots, I had them trade 29 and 73 and then 164. So to move up, what is that? 5 spots, they give up. Was it 73 in the 3rd? And then what you said, a 7th? So I changed.
They got a 7th back. They got a 7th back from Dallas next year, I believe.
And I had given them, I gave them 21 for 29, 73, and 64. Okay. All right. I was closer than I thought I would be. So, and then let me go here. There we go.
So we all say cornerback.
Jerjon Newt.
Watch it be Junior Colson.
Is it Jerjon Newt by any chance?
It's the Lions. It easily could be Johnny Newton.
It could be Johnny Newton.
Johnny
I like that.
Johnny Newton was in their backyard.
Yeah, Illinois.
So,
Junior Colson was closer.
Also true. Hey, take Junior Colson. That lets me. That keeps me on the. That keeps me on the parlay.
Xavier loves that.
Look, parlay.
Well, okay, but it.
This takes me back, man. It's like taking a trip down memory lane. I didn't know they sold dreamsicles on memory lane.
The Cowboys waited till there was like 40 seconds left and traded it, and then it resets the clock. It's like, what is taking so long here?
That's a. Hold on, guys.
Stupid ads. I turned off my ad blocker to try to see if that was the issue to get on FP. And now I get 100 million ads on every page I click on. I'm not used to it.
A.D. Mitchell.
The stupid lines. Here we go.
I thought she smelled like you.
Is it really A.D. Mitchell?
No, I was looking at the list of best available. I was thinking, here you go. Here's your children coming out, Boggs, to announce this pick.
It is the home pick here. So let's just watch them take. So they trade in front of Green Bay and Tampa Bay and Arizona.
Tampa Bay, I could see taking a corner. I suppose Green Bay could take a corner.
Yeah, Jair Alexander is,
hurt,
not doing himself any favors constantly, and stupid.
I don't think it'd be Terry and Arnold. I think if the Packers were doing, not that Cooper DeJean is such a Lions player, actually, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, well, they just lost Sutton. They had to cut him because of his off-field stuff. So that's why I think it could be. Man, you're still. How did you get so far ahead of me again? It's crazy. Man. God damn, that kid on the right is like 7 feet tall. Look at how tall he is. Because Roger's not short, right?
No, he's not.
Isn't Roger like 6'3", 6'2"?
He's a
somebody check that kid's birth certificate.
Yeah.
That kid was on.
It ain't baseball.
That kid got breastfed until he was 7.
What was that? Kevin James in whatever movies, like 16 months.
Yep, grown-ups.
Yeah.
There was that kid on Game of Thrones that got breastfed. The one in the veil. Get his name.
Little Robin.
Yep, Robin Aaron. That's right. Yep. 5 years old.
There he goes. Terry on. Hey.
God, I'm a genius. Terrion Arnold.
Did you hear his? You knew he was going to be a Dan Campbell guy when he had that conversation at the combine, talking about where he learned like his life lessons from, and he talked about a story about his granddad.
I don't think I saw that.
I'll send it to you guys, but yeah, he talked about like his granddad and where he got his lessons from, and what his granddad did for him, and watching his granddad go work in something. I can't remember if it was mining or something or rather like that. And he was like, I watch him do it every day. And so obviously I'm doing what I can do because of guys like him. So why wouldn't I go out there and put 100%? I was like, oh, Dan Campbell's eating this up.
He was going to be a two-sport athlete, right? In college even? He was thinking about playing basketball at Alabama too, I saw.
Yeah. Athletic.
Yeah.
All right. So division rivals move in front of the Packers and take a corner. So I have said a couple times, I think the Packers could go any way. This is one of the best rosters in the NFL. It's one of the youngest rosters in the NFL. Linebacker, I think, is the biggest need. Safety is a big need as well. O-line, just getting a replacement in there. I'm going to say Guyton. We're bringing in special guest Chad E. from Butthole Tucson there. Chad, what is going on, and who do you want the Packers to take here? Who is the option?
First of all, mic check. We got it?
Yep. Sounded good.
Good. So, honestly, I'm going to say they do the most opposite thing anyone ever thought. And I texted CK about this earlier today. I'm like, they're going to go Darius Robinson. They love the senior ball guys, and he balled out there. He's got a good RAS, and he's pretty young. And honestly, if you look at the future, they don't have they're gonna have Clark or Sladen on their contracts in next year. So they always look a year ahead, and they want some physical guys. And again, Brooks is good, but I think he's going to be in the new 4-3. I think he's going to be an outside guy compared to Robinson. I think they could he slims down about maybe 5-10 pounds, and I think he'd be a good pass rusher from the inside.
I don't hate that pick. I actually,
and the pick's in.
CK, your boys can't take anything. I stick to, if you're picking here and you want an interior guy, I would go Newton. Maybe there's too many red flags. I haven't been as active on Twitter as I could be because I've been here, obviously doing this. So maybe there's more to Newton than meets the eye. I like Guyton though, just because O-line is so important, right? So I like him to develop. I don't hate the Darius Robinson idea though. Corner is also a big need, and you could take whatever linebacker you want because they're all still available. So CK, I'm making you the GM of the Packers. Who's the pick?
I think I'd take Graham Barton here if I was the GM of the Packers. They love to just play the best 5 offensive linemen and kind of just work around it. Graham Barton's one of the best 5 offensive linemen, whether it's at center or one of the guard spots. I know he played tackle. I don't think he'll play tackle, but I think that's where I'm going.
In Goody, we trust.
That's true. He's not wrong.
In Goody, we trust. And Xavier, if you're the GM of the Packers, who is it going to be?
Let's go Cooper, man. Yeah, I get it.
The white Iowa guy.
Yeah. It fits so
very popular.
well.
Big selling jersey in Green Bay.
Yeah, sure. Why not, man? Get Cooper out there. I love it. I love the idea of it. And he's so versatile. I think people forget of how good of a return guy he was. I understand that they had Mixon, but yeah.
I like it. This is what you can do when you're good. You can just sit and take the best player available, and it's the rich getting richer. The Steelers used to do it, and then they took Terrell Edmonds over Lamar Jackson. It's been all downhill since then. So last year's class was pretty good. I did like last year's class. But then it's Kenny Pickett and a bunch of nonsense. So, this is what the Ravens do. This is what we see. Buffalo has done the last couple years. Pick up extra picks, give yourself more shots to move back. So that's what we just saw the Cowboys do. So I think this is, whatever it is, it's going to be a good pick for the Packers, and probably not someone that is going to start immediately. Maybe a corner would start immediately, but Guyton definitely wouldn't. Would a linebacker start immediately if they took Junior Colson, your boy? Would he start from day one, do you think? Jack Campbell didn't, and it felt like he was a little more complete last year.
I think he would, but I don't think that's. I think watch Junior Colson, the 43 where they pick at the start of the second round. I think that's where we're locked into Junior Colson around here.
I think so too.
And Xavier's locked in because it helps him with his parlay. So
go ahead, Chad.
Linebacker and safety later on, and offensive line later on. I think they just first round. I don't think they really care that much.
It should be BPA. Yeah, it should be BPA for sure. So
yeah, we'll see who either CK or I gets the first pick here.
Well, I got it. I'm not spoiling it, but let me tell you, my friend, you are going to be over the moon.
Oh God, I'm going to stroke myself.
Can we get the pick? God, I'm so far behind everybody.
Oh, it's happening, isn't it?
I'm so far behind you guys. Here's Roger.
Go!
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I know you're happy. God damn, I'm like 3 minutes behind. How is this? Is it Jordan Morgan?
That would be correct.
I just guessed it beforehand. Jordan Morgan.
Let's go.
Look at the U of A guy going to your favorite team. Man, if the Steelers draft a Texas player tomorrow, I'm going to be so happy. Jordan Morgan. There you go, Chad.
I got a New Jersey.
It's the same basic idea behind Graham Barton, right?
It is. Yeah, absolutely.
It's the same basic idea. Just draft the best offensive lineman and figure out where you're going to play him.
Oh, man. Wow. I'm glad you were on here for that, Chad. That was awesome.
Oh, yes.
Man. I like it. Are they going to like let him try to do guard, or is he definitely
guys, take.
Or I'm sorry, I meant, are they going to let him do tackle? And
no, they're going to figure out.
They're just going to let him figure it out this year.
They're going to let him figure it out and see who. Like they're going to make the big old competition or whatever, and be like, you're going to fit here, you're going to fit here, because that's the majority of the offensive line. It's all like you can just piece it all together.
What did you promise to Aaron? By the way, he said you promised, Chad. Were you going to say something terrible if they drafted Jordan Morgan or do something nuts? I don't know what it is.
I think I need to like go skiing or something like that.
Just keep your pants on, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was fun having Chad on. We're going to say goodbye before he does something super weird. Love you, Chad. See you, buddy. Oh, man. Well, that was nice. We got to see that. Bucks coming up here. So Jordan Morgan goes in. See, look at this. Nothing on the roster behind Myers and Jenkins here. So it's Royce Newman, it's Caleb Jones, Andre Dillard, not a lot. So that was a spot that they were going to have
for sure
at some point anyway. The Bucks need an edge real bad, and a lot of them are picked off the board. They also need a corner, and there's a lot of corners left here. So that's kind of in my idea of what they're going to do is take a CB. Zion McCollum, not going to cut it. This could be Cooper,
Yeah.
Cooper's like the opposite of Antoine Winfield, except for they do the same thing at completely different sizes.
Fair.
That's kind of like Tyrann Mathieu and Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah.
Exactly. They do the same thing at different sizes too.
I'm trying about what else they really need here.
This is where I always gave them Chop Robinson here. Always.
Because it well, yeah. I mean, they could take Darius. I don't see them doing so, but it could.
Yeah, the rest of these guys you can't take in the first though. You're not taking Trice or Jonah Ellis, Braswell, Adisa Isaac.
Right.
How long did they lock up Mike Evans for? Was it 2 years?
Let me look. I will go to over the cap.
Otherwise, you have to start planning for Mike Evans and Chris Godwin to be done.
That's true, and there's a bunch of wideouts here.
And there's a ton of like AD Mitchell is
25. He's a free agent this year, next year, and then he's a free agent in 26. So he's void contract.
Think about it. You at least consider it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many good ones. Dude, add Worthy to that. I don't know. But add Worthy to all that. Add Adonai to all that. I think it would probably be
Worthy than I am. You know that. So
say again.
You've always just been locked into Worthy more than I have been. So
yeah,
it's too early for me still. But
I think there's a possibility Worthy could be the next Tyreek Hill. So
possibility it could be the next Kelvin Austin.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so
just a huge range.
There is a big range there, but yeah, I think this could be a wideout. Oh man, I think this is Cooper. I'm gonna go Cooper. Who are you gonna go?
I'll say AD Mitchell. I have a little fun with it.
Cooper makes sense. They did trade Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
I mean, Tampa too. TJ Tampa to Tampa. That's great marketing. You're selling jerseys.
And more.
He's got some length. It's a position of need.
I was gonna say he fits that aspect of how they like their corners. He's 6'1", got really long arms. Yeah.
Isn't that just Kool-Aid?
Yeah. But Kool-Aid's got the weird injury thing, I guess, that he's been rocking with all pre-draft process. Hasn't slowed him down at all, literally. But
then we got a bunch of wide receivers going in here. I mean, you only have a couple spots for 3 Texas guys to go. That's weird. So
I know it's not necessarily like in their mold so far, but they could go get Newton if you really wanted it to. Vita Vea is not getting any younger.
Just have the shortest defensive interior of your defense ever when it's Kalijah Kancey and Jerson Newton, the smallest interior in the history of the league.
And they'll be extremely explosive. They'll be able to win on pass rush.
Be great on third downs.
Yep. On pass rush, they'd be fantastic. On 2nd and 2, they'd be terrible.
Is double down. You take Johnny Newton this round, and then round 3, you take Devondre Sweat for the first 2 downs. Fixed.
Hilarious.
Hilarious. Man, all this I'm just seeing Troy Fatanu highlights on all this stuff. Let's see what Schefter has to say here.
I'm just getting people texting me pictures of Jordan Morgan's RAS score.
I saw this pick. It is who did you say, CK?
I said AD Mitchell for the fun of it.
And Xavier?
I said Cooper color mayonnaise.
I said Cooper too, and we're all wrong.
Oh, we are.
All of us.
Nice.
It's a good pick, though. I see it now in front of me.
It
is.
Sorry.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, wherever he got picked, it felt like it's going to be a good pick, right?
Yeah, and it addresses a big problem for Tampa Bay. I'll wait till they announce it here to say it on the stream, but you guys are about to hear it. Boy, they really stretched this out to 11. This could have been done in about 10 minutes from now. Graham Barton. That's a good pick because it's Robert Hainsey who barely I think he played terribly last year and the year before he was injured. So he might be done. And they brought in Ben Bredesen, who has experience at center, but he was part of the Giants O-line. And if you watch the Giants O-line, those guys are all backups. None of them are starters. So I think this is a very good pick for this team.
Same.
And tackle is also difficult here because it's, Wirfs is great. Gedeke is fine. Mock was bad. I meant guard. I said tackle. Mock was bad. We all like him, and they signed Opeta from the Eagles to come over and start for them. So the left guard is good, but Mock was bad. We all liked him because he's toothless and he played the fiddle, but he sucked last year. So here goes Xavier Worthy to the Arizona Cardinals, right? Or Adonai Mitchell. It's a Texas wide receiver, right? Right, guys?
Wait.
Right?
Sure. I guess.
It should be Johnny Newton.
It's a cornerback.
Should be Johnny Newton.
Nope.
Yeah, you talk about a team that you talk about a team that needs help on the defensive line.
Cooper. Yeah.
It is
they
a
really do
defensive
need
lineman,
help.
I will tell you that.
It's a defensive lineman. Okay.
Darius Robinson.
Is that who it is? Is it Darius? Oh, here comes Roger. At least this pick is going fast. I feel like they're sprinting into the finish line. Let's go. All right, not bad. That is the position I gave them. I did have them going edge, but I had verse falling. But in a bunch of my mocks too, I gave them chop. So I like Darius too because he's a 3-4 end for them. But they'll show multiple fronts too. So, man, they don't like him. Overall 70. DJ didn't have, or this is next gen stats draft score. I see. That was probably next to it the whole time, and we just didn't see it. I just assume everything is an ad. So, Say again, Xavier. Sorry.
I said he's a weird prospect to me. I honestly feel like he should gain 20 pounds and kick inside.
Seriously, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, when I watched him at Missouri as a pure edge rusher, he doesn't strike me as one.
And didn't he only play edge last year? Wasn't he interior the other 2 years?
And then last year, Missouri's defense was just better than it had been his other 2 seasons. Not only that, but they had one of the highest blitz rates in college football, which probably led to a lot of his success up front. I mean, when you're 6v6 or 7v6, you're gonna get through sometimes. He didn't win enough for me, like in just pure pass rush sets where it was 4v, when it was 1-on-1 with a tackle.
Because he doesn't have any pass rush plan. He has absolutely no moves at all.
It's all just
bully.
I'm stronger than you. Yeah. And I
just informed me there's been a trade.
Okay.
Ooh.
Falcons come back up and go get Jordan Newton. Stop everybody from crying.
No, the Bills have traded this pick.
Huh. Who's moving up? I'm taking a look at his alignment. So 104 snaps or 395 snaps on the outside. That they were all this year. He had 412 total snaps.
You said Buffalo just traded up? Or no, Buffalo traded back.
I think Buffalo traded back.
What the hell are they doing?
Over the tackle, 219. He had 676 snaps in the B and 191 at A.
Yeah, just kick inside, dude. Yeah. What is he, 285?
I think he did it out of necessity for Missouri last year.
Probably.
So, yeah. So, what is this trade?
I do like that fit, though. We're talking about the drip. That is a good one there.
Is, yeah. You know what? I do like that.
If anything, yeah, I mean, kick him inside, dude. Just kick him inside.
The Chiefs are on the clock. What are the Chiefs taking here? 1 pick in front of Dallas? They're taking Tyler Guyton.
And not Mitchell? Oh, possibly, yeah. AD Mitchell, they got to go receiver. Rasheed Rice is cooked.
Yeah, you got to get – I think this is a receiver, right? Because you got to get ahead of Baltimore, who could take one. Buffalo, we expect to take one. I wonder what Buffalo made him pay up, because that is one of your biggest rivals right there.
Yeah.
Just traded back with them?
Look.
Dude, how many people said they're taking Adonai Mitchell with the Bills pick so that the Chiefs couldn't get him at 30?
Right.
Right?
Unless they told them, hey, we're trying to take Xavier Worthy ahead of Baltimore. You can have AD Mitchell. We don't give a damn. We'll just trade back.
Sure. Dude, I would love to see Worthy. I mean, I don't like him playing, in the cold in Buffalo so much, but I would like to see him with Josh Allen.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Just that massive arm. Kansas City trading up. Do we get what are the deets? Give me the deets on this trade. Okay, so 32, 95, and 221 for 28, 133, and 248. So the
first to third.
Yeah, so the Chiefs move back 38 spots from the 3rd to the 4th round in the 2nd round to move up 4 spots here. That's basically what it is. And they move back 37 spots in the 7th, or 27, in the 7th, in Buffalo. I think that's the first pick in the 7th is 221. But yeah, so you flip a 3rd for a 4th, you move down 4 spots. So I think the Chiefs are fine with that. They've got more than enough. You guys are probably right. I was just thinking, why are you moving ahead of Dallas? I guess Dallas could take a wide receiver, but you do get in front of San Francisco and Baltimore, who possibly could be looking as well. What are the Bills doing trading back?
I guess you just got to think that they trust the receivers that are there.
Yeah.
That they're going to get one of them. They're all in the same evaluation. No, not on their team.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a tier of
the
2 Texas guys, Keon Coleman, Troy Franklin, however you want to look at it.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
I think if they did trade up, I think it is going to be for Xavier Worthy. And I think that's who I don't know who else you would trade up for.
I mean, they missed Tyreek.
Yeah.
Same type of player.
Mm-hmm.
But they tried that with Sky Moore. Didn't work.
Didn't necessarily work, no. But
tried it with Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, but that was a crapshoot anyways.
Well, I mean, this is the third one.
Hey, you want to take a tight end here? Get your heir apparent for Travis Kelce?
No.
Okay.
Bowers is
I like
gone.
Noah Gray.
I like Noah Gray too. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's got a lot of upside, and obviously he's learning from one of the GOATs, so that helps.
Yeah, and who knows how good he could be.
They could be. Do they go corner here? They did lose a Jarius Sneed.
Nah, they like Josh Williams.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I'm 100% okay with that.
It's tackle or it's wide receiver, and I think the fact that they traded ahead of all the teams we think, or at least not all of them, but 3 of those teams we think they're going to take receiver makes me think this is a receiver.
You know what? I'm going to say Tyler Guyton. I'm going to stick to what I said.
I'll say Xavier Worthy.
Let's see. Can I go weirder?
Troy Franklin.
I don't know if you.
You know what? No. You know what?
Junior Colson.
Spencer Rattler. Got to get a backup quarterback.
Let's get weird.
They're all going.
They have to replace Daniel Sorensen somehow. Cooper DeJean, baby. We go get the white safety.
Okay. All right. That's not bad. So how many trades did we end up having here? So because the line is 6.5 and there's still more picks. We had the Vikings move up
twice,
one spot.
Right? Then they
we had
traded
them move
again.
up, and then we had Colts,
Lions.
Okay, yeah. So the Vikings traded again. We had the Lions trade. The Cowboys traded back.
That was
I guess
the
that
Lions
was with the
trading up.
Lions.
That's the same one. Yeah.
Yeah. We had, and then Kansas City. So that's 5. So we have 5 trades. Is that right? Did I do that right? Do I need to take off my shoes? Let's see. Let's get this pick. Oh, I see it.
You see what?
I see the pick. It was spoiled for me. I'm on the NFL Draft Wiki.
I thought suddenly you were way ahead of me. Like, man, you got it updated, dude.
No, it is. It's on. I was scrolling through the Draft Wiki, and it had who this pick is way before. But maybe somebody put it in. Maybe someone put it in way ahead of time. I'll say one of us was right. I don't even know if that pick was right. I hope it is. Who is announcing the pick here? I like that suit with the red shirt with the black tie. That looks good. Damn.
What? Oh.
Said this guy renal failure at 15. You saw it.
I did, yeah.
I did too. Holy hell. If this one works, Jesus Christ.
You're shooting.
Yeah.
You're shooting the moon here, right? That's what you're hoping for.
Why wouldn't you? You just won back-to-back Super Bowls.
Why just made the Chiefs so annoying in Madden? Why?
Yeah.
99 speed with Patrick Mahomes.
Xavier. Let's go, Worthy. Yeah. Hook 'em, baby. 2 Longhorns in the first. Oh, my God. How good is he going to be with Patrick Mahomes? Oh, baby. All right. So,
oh my God.
Obviously, Worthy goes to number 1 on everyone's board.
Well, I'm glad I didn't take that prop bet. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't take that prop bet because that definitely
first pick overall, clearly.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they definitely had they had a prop bet of AD Mitchell taken before Xavier Worthy. That was plus 200.
Justin Jefferson too, after Worthy, of course. So
after Worthy, of course, is crazy. Oh, they did add Marquise Brown. Holy hell!
I forgot they had Hollywood Brown.
Bro, that is 99 speed next to 97 speed in Madden. They're literally just gonna run go routes on you all game. This is gonna be disgusting.
Kelsey's gonna be open over the middle,
right underneath, because you've got a
And by the way, oh, look at this! They don't even have Rashee Rice here in the pieces of the puzzle. On this thing on NFL Network.
Cooked.
To say,
he's cooked.
Is he going to jail?
Yes.
No one died.
People were seriously
Did you die?
injured.
Were they seriously injured?
People were seriously injured. If I'm not. Okay, so people were injured, not seriously injured.
But yeah, I thought they weren't seriously injured.
Was it not weed and gun in the vehicles as well? Okay.
It was weed. It wasn't as much as they thought. There was a gun, but it's Texas.
Okay, well, look, he might not be as look. All I know is Goodell always wants to set a new precedent. There's been a lot of accidents very recently. He could be next.
Well, look, if the Chiefs are moving up to take a wide receiver, it may be much longer than we think. So, I think anyway. I think it's 6 to 10 games. That's my estimate.
Roger Goodell puts his foot down, gives him a full season. He's young. He'll bounce back.
Yeah, he will.
So, look, I applaud the Chiefs on not risking Goodell actually doing them a favor. So, smart move. Smart move. All right, Cowboys for the second time. What you gonna do for us this time? Huh? How you gonna wow us with this one?
Guyton.
You traded down, and I feel like you still have your availability. Go get Jerjon Newton. Mozzie Smith was such a failure last year. Johnny Newton. Mozzie Smith was a failure last year. Only way to
he was.
The only way to tell everybody that is to draft a guy in his place.
Didn't you not like my my pick in the second there, because my Dwayne Carter, my 3rd round pick? You didn't like it because he was small though, and Newton's kind of the same deal.
Yeah, but Newton's such an animal.
I just think he's dropping too far.
Yeah, he is. There. Newton would be a good pick here for sure, but I feel like if he's already fell this far, there's something we don't know. Like the medicals are worse.
You know what? He could honestly end up in Buffalo.
Yeah, he could.
They were D-tackle centric until they traded Diggs. So.
Oh, snap!
Wow,
Roger dropped that.
That was a good trade down for them.
It was, yeah.
I think they got the guy that they probably would have taken if they sat there.
Jerry Jones getting an Oklahoma guy. Wow.
I didn't even see it yet, so it is Guyton. That's perfect. Yeah. I'm a genius.
So this kid essentially stays at home. He's in Austin as we speak at his draft party. His dad's wearing a 49ers thing, which is hilarious. Or a family member is wearing 49ers gear. So that's funny.
Tyler Guyton. That's you know what? That is a very good pick for those guys.
So is Tyler Guyton what would have happened if Darnell Washington stopped playing tight end at Georgia? I see former tight end on his scouting report. I forgot he was a former tight end.
Yeah, that's right. The Steelers are gonna move Fatanu to center and just have Darnell play left tackle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, dude, he's got the kick slide. He'll be the fastest.
You know what? Just put him on the field every damn time you match up with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Just your job is to smack Myles Garrett in the mouth every play.
The only thing I worry about with Guyton is he lets people get into his body a little bit too much. He's got so much upside, but boy,
that can be taught though.
Yeah.
I
mean, and you've got the guys around him. Obviously, they've been able to create really good. They've been able to develop offensive line talent there in Dallas. His biggest thing with him is just he can't consistently let people get into his body. If he does, it's going to be a long career for him. Well, it'll be a short career actually.
I think he gives up his leverage way too easy.
Yeah,
he stands up way too fast.
I think that's a byproduct of him playing. I think that's a byproduct of one being 6'7" and not having
behind Demarius Mims with his 8 starts for Demarius Mims. Guyton has like 12, I think 14 starts, something like that. Yeah. It's not many. Yeah. I think he'd be better. I think it's a good pick here too. I'm just saying
he'll end the season with more starts in the NFL than he had at Oklahoma. Because he's starting at left tackle, dude. It's not going to be Tyler Smith. They're going to kick him back to guard, right? And then, and you can move Bass to the bench here.
Who's at right tackle? Because Guyton's never
Terrence
played left
Steele.
tackle.
Terrence Steele, the guy they took last year.
Guyton's never played left tackle.
Yeah, but
so maybe has Steele though.
I don't know.
I don't think. I think Steele was Steele their pick last year. Was it last year or two? Oh, let's look at that jump chart. Heading the hour lags.
Let's see.
Terrence Steele was drafted in. Let's see. Actually, he might go right tackle.
Oh,
Terrence Steele was 26. Yeah, he might go right tackle. I think right tackle is a better fit for him, anyways.
For Guyton?
As of right now, yeah.
Yeah, I said for a guy who's already learned, he was a DT, then he played tight end. Then they're like, okay, you can play tackle. I don't know if I want to try to teach him a whole new position again.
Yeah,
yes, tackle is tackle, but the footwork's completely backwards.
Our what's his name? Our lads has already slotted him in at left tackle and putting Tyler Smith at guard. They've already done it.
They're listening to me.
I mean,
what up, Toby?
You've got to protect him. You've got to protect that left side. Obviously, that's Dak's blind spot. So, I'm not opposed to him moving to left tackle.
Here's Johnny Newton, by the way.
Please.
No, this is Cooper DeJean. Come on.
For the Ravens, just go BPA. Who's BPA?
Cooper DeJean.
Newton is actually true BPA.
They did just spend a lot of money on that position, and they need a corner. They need a safety too, real bad.
Can you imagine a safety combination of Cooper DeJean and Kyle Hamilton? I mean, come on.
I kind of like Cooper. Now I'm going to have to hate him. All right, who am I going to have to hate? I'm going to say...
You know who this is going to be, Bogman.
Adonai Mitchell. 100%. Adonai Mitchell. They take the Longhorns all the time. Please don't be 80 Mitchell.
Huh. Okay, just had that pick spoiled for me, but interesting. Interesting.
It's not 80 Mitchell, is it?
It's nobody we've talked about.
Great.
Which makes this pick so weird, but very Baltimore.
Tyler
It's
Newman.
a position we talked about, though.
It is a position we've talked about, but it's not.
No.
Kool-Aid. I'm just going to keep guessing.
Come on,
Is it Kool-Aid?
You're at the right. You're at the position, though. You're at the right position.
Oh, is it Tampa?
Nope.
Nope.
Lassiter.
Nope.
Nope.
Who am I
the
missing?
one who can't tackle.
The tallest
Nate
one.
Wiggins? Great.
Nate Wiggins.
I love it.
Correct.
Dude can't tackle. Oh, man. Najee Harris is going to run his ass over 2 or 3 times. It's going to be great.
Dude, he can't. Good luck.
He can cover.
He's in.
So they got to catch it in front of him, and he's really good at stopping, the catches. But see, Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie cannot tackle.
Yeah, he can cover sometimes.
All right, I like that pick. All right, here we go, Niners. You gonna trade Brandon Ayuk?
Nah, baby.
Look, corner is a big need here still. Cooper to the Niners.
We're gonna own up to the fact that the Javon Hargrave move wasn't the greatest. We're gonna take Johnny Newton.
Hargrave is great.
I just felt like their defensive line wasn't great this year, as great as it should have been. Not with the name.
Well, yeah, Kinlaw wasn't great. Not
and Chase Young obviously didn't hit the heights that they thought he could.
Yeah,
which shocked. Newsflash.
All right, there you go. Nate Wiggins. He'll probably be good just because the Ravens took him. Niners. Let's see, I just text Welsh. We'll see. He might be doing family stuff, but see if we can get him here.
And Marlon Humphrey on the other side, teams are just going to throw screens at Nate Wiggins all the time, right?
Oh yeah, dude, what?
He's going to throw screens and hitches in front of Nate Wiggins all the time, right?
Man, I'm running him. Man, first play of the game, I'm running him through a tunnel screen where my guard lights him.
Exactly.
What? Man,
I love it.
Hold on, Ravens' first game of the season. Let it be Quinn Nelson. I'm rocking him.
Because Millette plays in the slot, right? Author Millette plays in the slot, so you're just going to run. You're just going to put your slot receiver on the other side to get the cornerback out there, and you just put Nate Wiggins on an island, and you're like, okay,
Dude,
let's see if he can actually do this or not.
Dude, first play of his career, I'm pulling the guard. Come down and make a play, young man. See, let's see how physical you want to be in the NFL. Okay, and guess what? You're not nearly as good of a cover as Dion was, so you don't get an excuse. I'm rolling him over.
I can't wait for the Steelers to take Tip Ryman and
He's
then
like-
have Darnell Washington on one side and Tip Ryman on the other side.
Oh, Jesus.
And just run the ball.
Old-fashioned football, boys. we're gonna kill him inside.
You're going to have 10-minute drives.
Nate Wiggins is what, one of only 4 corners or 5 corners in the NFL that are under 180 pounds?
Yeah, Emmanuel Forbes, one of those guys too.
Emmanuel Forbes, D. Alford, him, and like 2 others, but the only difference is outside of him and Forbes, all the rest of them are under 6 feet.
Yeah.
This guy is 6'2". Look at all that frame that you can just knock off of his block.
But I'll say this too: you can add weight to a frame.
Sometimes,
so, yeah,
not guaranteed.
You're right. Yeah.
Look, that metabolism.
I don't like it. I kept having Nate Wiggins slip. I had him here to the Niners at 31 because they do need a corner, but there's no way in hell I would take him over Cooper.
That
not a chance. Or Lassiter or Tampa. I like both those guys.
I like Tampa more. I like Kool-Aid more. I don't like Kamara. I don't like Lassiter more. But maybe that's just my Georgia bias.
I like Mikey Sanders still more too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I need a slate straight slot corner, I'd take him.
Man, if Fatanu plays center, what the hell are we doing at left tackle? Take Patrick.
I love how we're still on it. Oh, that's awesome.
It's all I can think of. It's killing me. All right, so this is, I'll say just Johnny Newton. Could be Cooper. I'll say Johnny Newton. CK?
Let's go.
We're at the Niners here.
Is it Cooper?
I mean, that makes a ton of sense for what they like. I guess, yeah, probably Cooper DeJean.
Xavier?
They like defense so much. So why not go defense here? And Johnny Newton doesn't even have to play right away if there's genuine injury because you have Hargrave. Why not?
Who did they replace?
I'll look it up.
Malik Collins.
Yeah, like, what's the worst that happens? This kid becomes an absolute stud, and you got him on a rookie contract because you took a swing on an injured.
Well, the last time they took a defensive lineman in the first round was Kinlaw, and he's terrible. So.
We all knew Kinlaw wasn't that good. Well,
I thought he was going to be good.
I thought he was cool. I don't trust South Carolina defensive linemen.
Well, the Hargrave, South Carolina State. That's why you don't like him. So I see.
No, that's an HBCU. That's an HBCU brother. Completely different. He's not a Gamecock.
That's true. And then Buffalo takes Spencer Rattler. Buffalo takes Adonai Mitchell.
Yep.
Or Troy Franklin.
If you take Troy Franklin over Adonai Mitchell, you deserve everything you get.
Lad McConkey.
Ooh, and a little, they get Cole Beasley without the off the field problems.
Hit him with the Georgia. Yeah, he likes that one.
Cooper DeJean. I feel good about it now. That's the type of player they'll pick to annoy me.
It is Cooper. I'm behind.
No, I don't know. It's not up yet, but
okay.
I just know that the Niners are like my version of the Raiders as a Packers fan, where they just, or like your Ravens, where it just feels like they always take the player I want.
Yeah.
And then they're always good and beat us in the playoffs.
Yeah.
What? Oh, this is a nuts one here.
Okay, hold on. I know I can see it before.
Whoa. Really? Let's see. Now I'm real curious. Is it an offensive player?
It is indeed an offensive player.
Is it a wideout?
Yep. Which one?
Adonai.
Nope. Hint. He's white.
Lad.
Hint. Not Lad.
Not Lad.
Pearsall. All right. Welsh is gonna love it. I don't like the Michael Gallup comp so much, but I guess Michael Gallup got hurt. He was real good in college. Dude, Pearsall could go up and get it.
So how are we feeling now, Boggs? Ayuk gonna stay?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think he's gone now. Tomorrow.
Well,
wow.
Here's the problem, though. Brandon Ayuk is the perfect running mate. Yeah. Like what Ricky Pearsall does excellent is
the Panthers traded up one pick to get so Buffalo moves back one spot.
I'll say that. But it's the extra year of
team control.
Control, I guess.
So you can get
AD.
A receiver?
Yeah.
I suppose it's a receiver. I don't know what else it would be.
Yeah, they need everything. So
that's
no BPA here.
So they gave up. So they moved up one pick. They gave up a 5th round pick, and they got a 6th round pick back. So 60 spots, 141 to 200.
Stupid.
Buffalo doesn't get that extra year. Traded back twice.
Yeah. Well, they got extra picks though, and they kind of their roster is kind of like I was very complimentary for your Packers. I would not be with the Panthers. Like, let's look at this Panthers roster. It's everybody. They need everybody. What position does this team not need? They are the worst roster in the NFL. They reach
for Patrick Paul here?
That's not a bad thought. I don't hate it. But I think they need interior of the O-line before they need
they did take Icky. You're right.
Tackles. Because they signed Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt. So
JPJ
center. JPJ is a great pick. That would be very good because Austin Corbett is the center right now. That would be a really good pick. I could see Newton going here because it's Shai Tuttle and Ashawn Robinson on the inside. They have, Derek Brown. He's a defensive tackle, but they're running this 3-4, right?
Yeah.
So it's
honestly,
Clowney and Wanham on the outside.
Well, my parlay hangs in the balance here. my parlay hangs in the balance of the Carolina Panthers taking Jerjon Newton. That's tough. I don't know.
Not the team you want to be reliant on.
But I tell you what, though, Buffalo could take him next. Arizona could take him next if they don't, because you just need it by position, right?
Nope. I need Jerjon Newton to go in the first round.
You need Newton in the first.
Yep.
Ooh, all right.
I didn't see him falling this far. At this point, I'm screaming into the telephone, Falcons, go get the kid, please.
Yeah, now you don't want him to go, so the Falcons can move up.
Yeah.
I had the Steelers trade with the Falcons to take Keon Coleman in that spot.
You don't want to hear my Keon Coleman takes?
I don't care about your Keon Coleman takes. I like him.
I don't like him at all.
I disagree with that one. I agree with Bogman on that one. I think he's good.
I do too. I think he's real good.
I'm not going to slander him as much as I did Quinn Johnson last year, but I don't like him.
Hello. Need to take a trip to Carolina, maybe.
So is Johnny Newton the one and Cooper DeJean, two most surprising players not picked yet?
One of them is not going in the first, dude.
I know.
How is Cooper not in the first?
Both of them due to injury, though, right?
It's Cooper DeJean.
That's right.
He didn't participate for something. I don't remember what it was.
He didn't participate for the combine. I don't think he participated. I'm pretty sure he didn't participate at his pro day either.
I think it's more about Cooper being a tweener.
I
don't think the NFL likes him on the outside, and he has no experience in safety or slot. So I think that's what it's more about for.
I don't think Cooper did a pro day either. I don't think he participated in anything.
I don't think
hang in there to 43, buddy. Just hang in there to 43, bud. Just hang in there. Yeah, you passed on Brian Branch. You passed on Brian Branch last year. Damn near killed me as the Lions got him. Just hang in there for the Packers.
Yeah, Cooper didn't participate in any pre-draft workouts at all. He didn't do a combine or a pro day. So he's just damaged goods that people feel like they don't want to take in the first round. That's not too abnormal.
Yeah.
And then Jerjon Newton's almost 300-pounder that had a foot injury. Also, pretty fearful. Even though he played this year with that foot injury, it was still extremely effective. But hey, I don't write the rules. I just watch the draft.
Oh my God.
Okay,
They're
you want to talk about
for 8 goddamn minutes because they don't want to until 11.
Well,
Yep.
it is the pick has happened, and I hate this one.
Oh
Bogman
my
knows
God.
who I dislike. Bogman knows who I dislike at receiver.
The Panthers do it again. Yes. I don't care about losing money here.
You just want the Panthers making bad picks.
I'd rather see them fail.
So this is Troy then?
No,
he would be a much better player. I just don't get this at all. And we talked about this one.
Why would you take him there?
So all the concerns about Keon Coleman are right there with me, except for it's just not as good.
Xavier Legette.
I don't get why Xavier Legette got all this hype. I do not get it at all.
Did you not learn your lesson when you took Jonathan Mingo for the same reasons last year?
It's a whole new group this year too, right? Didn't they kill everything from the top down? Or is the GM the same?
No, the GM is different, but the GM is a buddy of the former GM.
Well, they make terrible decisions together, apparently.
Yes, and all of this comes back to their owner. Let's be honest. But yes,
wow.
AJ
Brown upside DJ has on him.
He does. No, now let me be.
He's a swing player, but when your roster is such shit, you can't be taking swing players.
Exactly.
I'd rather have Coleman.
Yes.
Give Bryce Young a big target that is definitely going to catch the football.
Dude,
I don't know if Legette's going to do that. Is it Legette or is it Legette?
It's
Are we supposed to be saying Legette?
I don't think so.
I think it's Legette. I think you just said it wrong.
I just heard Legette. I just heard that all this week was Legette.
Regardless, it just makes no sense. In the short term, you just took a guy who's probably not good enough to be your number one next year.
Man,
right?
Probably.
He's probably going to need at least 2 years of refinement. Hey, you don't have anybody there who can refine him unless you decide Thielen's going to all of a sudden take him to a route running camp.
So Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton,
right?
A.D. Mitchell.
Yep.
I can't believe Ricky Pearsall and Xavier Legette just got picked before A.D. Mitchell got picked.
What are we doing here, guys?
Thor did not like Mitchell, but I'm surprised both those guys went over Coleman.
What is there not to like about Mitchell?
I can get Ricky Pearsall ahead of him. I can get Ricky Pearsall ahead of him.
Attitude, he's a receiver. They're gonna be defense anyways.
That's kind of what I thought. Johnny Newton didn't go. JPJ didn't go.
Another one who
I would have much rather had JPJ for them. 100%. I thought that was a great idea when you said it.
Yeah,
Kingsley Sumatia didn't go.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid
didn't go. That's not that big
of
a shock, but
yeah.
And no running backs, no linebackers. That's not a shock either.
Yeah.
So, all right, gents, we are going to go ahead and end the stream because it's been over 4 hours. We will be back tomorrow to talk 2 rounds. Hopefully it'll go a little faster. Hopefully things work correctly. So we appreciate you guys for sticking around for the draft, and we will see you all tomorrow. Take it easy, everybody.